I'm an Aerith simp. Yeah, Jessie's that type of chick that dudes who just like girls who tease them enjoy. I don't know. Like, Jessie's just a tease. Like, she's an emotional cuck, essentially. She gets your hopes up and then just literally cucks you and goes, nah, we're just friends. Yuna's decent, but I like Aerith a lot more. Honcho Reckless of the two. 2B from Nier. A2's better than 2B. Fight me. Lady from DMC and Fragile. Is that Death Stranding? Isn't that the chick with the grandma body? Yikes. Next, you're going to tell me it's going to be Hunter Schafer from Kojima's next game. Yeah, A2 is the superior choice over 2B, and it's not even a question. Major Jeff with the 2. For me, it's Diva, Pyra, and Rosalina. I can't afford this shit! Honcho Reckless of the 2. Pre-Grandma Bod. Yeah, but dude, there's way better blonde video game characters than her. She's kind of got a weird face. I don't know. She's kind of got a weird face. Did you hear Hunter Schafer wants to be Mystique? Well, I guess, you know, that would explain the crotch bulge. Because Mystique can shapeshift. Honcho Reckless of the 2, look at the bigger picture. What do you mean? What's so special about her, though? The Concord women are really popular. Yeah, that's why the game did so well. You know, it was just so amazing in terms of character design that the game just sold incredibly fucking well. Mary Jane, yeah, Mewing John definitely deserves a spot on the list, 100%. U-Generation of the 2, might as well watch the gym video. Eventually. I'm not in any rush to get to that shit. Siri from the... I don't really think Siri ranks even in the top 10. Like, Ciri is the most attractive woman in The Witcher, but not in all of gaming. Honcho Reckless with the 5. Lollipop Chainsaw Chick is just a bimbo, which is fine, but she's not top 3 female character. No, we're not talking about top 3 female characters. Like, we're talking about pure sex appeal. Like, which ones would you want to fuck? We're not talking about, like, writing or, you know, personality
All right, awesome. Thanks,
or any of that shit. We're simply talking about pure build quality. Let's just put it that way. Which ones have the best build, essentially. And the Lollipop Chainsaw Chick has the, like, perfect proportions for a chick, if you ask me. Like, long, flat stomach, boobs, but not too big. Nice, tight assets. So, yeah, that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about personality or any of that type of shit. Pure build quality. It depends on which version of Lara Croft. Honcho Reckless with the 2? Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, no, we're just pure fucking sex appeal.
I can't afford this shit.
What's wrong with sexy women in real life? Most of them are fat. Most women would be very attractive if they just lost weight. But they'll spend thousands of fucking dollars on makeup instead of just not eating. Crazy. Square Enix Lara Croft is superior. Remake Lara Croft is way better than the original. And I will die on that hill. I don't think Bayonetta's very attractive, personally. She's not my type. British hags are not for me. Bayonetta's a hag. No, I don't like goth girls. It's gross. That shit's nasty, man. Samus is fine, but it depends on the iteration. But her face is kind of weird. If you look at Super Smash Bros. Brawl Samus, her face is kind of eh. It's off a little bit. But there we go. Gym girls who get addicted to the gym is a trend, which is better than fat, but some say, yeah, like, you don't want a chick that's, like, ripped. That's where it starts kind of getting gross. Like, being toned and slim is great, but when they start, like, putting on, like, real muscle mass, it's kind of just like, eh. You know, back shots don't need to look like, you know, a straight-up man. That's where it gets a little off-putting. Like, chicks don't need to bulk. Back shots turn into bro shots. Yeah, exactly. Chicks with abs? What's wrong with abs? Abs are great. Dude, women with the flat stomach, like, bro, that's like peak. Women with long, flat stomachs is like literally monkey brain go burr for me. I don't know. Lightning Sister's better than her. Lightning Sister's better. Honcho Reckless with the 2. Wesker's side piece in Resident Evil 5. Fair enough, man. Fair enough.
I can't afford this shit!
Morgan from Darkstalk. Is that the chick with the massive fit? Oh, wait. I think that's every Capcom character. The girl was talking to, trying to get at, says she goes to furry conventions. I don't know how to feel about that. It ain't nothing to cut that bitch off, bro. Sauna with the 2. Renoa is my favorite Final Fantasy woman. Yeah, fair enough, bro. Renoa's pretty solid. It's a respectable choice.
I can't afford this shit!
Dude, any chick that dresses up like a fucking dog is not fine. Like, yeah, maybe physically attractive, but not mentally. Honcho Reckless with the 2. They want that Troon to play Zelda in the movie. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. I don't think Nintendo would go for that.
I can't afford this shit!
Definitely the hot goth. Ew. Gross. No such thing as a hot goth. Don't at me. There's no such thing as a hot goth. Griffin is going to the gym. Griffin is naturally enhanced. What do you mean? Naturally enhanced. Naturally enhanced? I don't even know what that means. Jacked? Nah, I'm not jacked, bro. I don't do like the whole macros or protein loading or getting enough sleep to be jacked. So, yeah. I would say toned, but not jacked. Jacking? That's right. Oh, let's see. U generation with the 5. This is who Griffin will. Oh, God. I doubt it.
Time to go.
And of course, U generation has this on tap.
She actually bit my leg. Bad dog. No biting. I'm serious. No biting. Why are you making that fucking face? Stop.
She's risen you up.
It's a dog.
Time to go home.
She actually bit my leg. Bad dog. No biting. I'm serious. No.
What in the fuck?
No biting. Why are you making that fucking face? Stop.
She's risen you up.
It's a dog.
Time to go home.
Just shoot it, bro. Just literally execute him on the spot. Let's see. Scholar with the 2. Yeah, I can play that. And thoughts on cyberspace? I don't know what cyberspace is. So, I don't know. I don't have any thought. I guess that's my thoughts. I have no idea what it is. Luca with the 2, waited for the PC port of Rebirth. Great game so far. Nice. Oh, is Kino Casino gonna go after Turkey Tom? Turkey Tom admitted to bi on his podcast. Yeah, he probably got porn brain rotted, dude, and he jerked off too much trans porn. It happens to a lot of young men these days. They watch too much porn and then they get, like, basically mentally trooned out. It starts with Fuda, and then it progresses to fucking Sphere Hunter. Do I speak from experience? I don't watch Fuda, bro. I don't watch anime porn. If I'm gonna watch porn, I'll watch a real woman. And if I would, it would be solo female. So, no. Fuda gang rise. Oh, God. Yeah, nothing better than having missionary sex with a chick with a dick, and then as you fill her up, she blows a fat wad right in your face. You know? Truly the male fantasy. Fuda for the win, right? The frogs turned gay. We're next. Yeah, exactly. Next step. That's the low quality one. Hold on. There we go. This isn't the same one, but it's better quality. Do you think Pokimane is hot enough to... Yeah, dude, the thing is you're almost more successful as like a 6 or a 7 on Twitch because the fucking normie dudes want a chick that they view themselves as potentially having a chance with. Like, Pokimane's not too hot to where it's like guys would be like, oh yeah, she would never date me. Like, she's just attractive enough, but also not too attractive to where it's a realistic expectation that you might have a shot. So, yeah, Pokimane is just hot enough to have a simp army. If she was, like, let's say a 9 or a 10, then, you know, dudes wouldn't view her as attainable. That's why, you know, 6s like Valkyrie are so popular with guys. It's not because she's like a fucking drop-dead, gorgeous 10 out of 10 chick. She's like a mid-Filipino woman. And every fucking passport bro motherfucker's like, damn, bro, I could go bag one of those anytime I want. So that's just the reality, man. If the girl is not too attractive, then she seems attainable. Am I weird for thinking more average-looking women are more attractive than supermodels? It depends on the supermodel, because supermodels have been hijacked by wokies, and they've started putting ugly ones up there. Like, compare the Victoria's Secret, like, you know, angels to today's Victoria's Secret, like, you know, supermodels, and it's, like, not even a close comparison, so it just depends.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Filipina and Thai girls are uggo. Indonesian and Malay girls look a lot better. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen a Malaysian woman or an Indonesian before, but yeah, I think here we go, guys. Well, I guess this isn't racism because it's not a race, but yeah, I don't think I've ever seen an attractive Thai woman in my life. Like, every time these like passport bro posts come up and they show the chicks or whatever, it's like, ew. Like they got like fucking snaggle teeth, like really fucked up faces, you know, covered in tattoos and shit. Like, man, Nah. No! Every time I see anybody, like, talking about women in the, in, like, Thailand and shit, from, like, the Passport Bro posts, they just look disgusting. I was like, nah. No. Unfortunately, bro, like, I hate to say it, but men make the most attractive Thai women. Like, the hottest Thai women have penises, and that's the reality. You can fucking fight. You can fight me on that one. I don't care, but you won't change my mind. That's my truth, bro. The most attractive Thai women I've ever seen have penises.
I can't afford this shit!
That's what makes them... Oh, of course, bro. A little extra surprise, you know? It's like a Kinder Egg, you know? You think you're getting a nice, you know, sweet piece of candy, and then all of a sudden, you open it up and there's a surprise inside. Who wouldn't love that? It's like a mystery box. Jesus Christ. That's why they're called traps. I prefer the term surprise mechanics. Let's see. What was this thing called? Oh, Final Fantasy 16. Okay. Let's see. E-Man with the 10 put Sculler in timeout. Boogie ear rape. All right. Give me 1 second. Where is Boogie?
My mother kids, I should not make me talk about this on the show. I play games. And she kissed in my walls and my house. No, my dad fucking masturbated on me and showed me pornography and asked me if I wanted to join in and encouraged me to touch him. And I was fucking dead. I dead. I'm fucking dead. I'm fucking dead. I'm fucking dead.
There we go. Let's see. Saber Ram with a 5. I'm convinced people like Fuda because it combines lesbians with the desire to see a woman covered in cum. So instead of a strap-on, they have a real penis. I think it's just unique. Bro, I think it's more so that you've jerked off to so much normal porn that you need something that's different just to feel something. I think that's more of what it is, in all honesty. I think it's you've watched so much, like, normie porn that you just need something to mix it up to get the neuron activation. What's your take on Keem using people like DSP and Boogie for fake drama streams? They're subhumans, so they should be treated as cattle. Griffin Synth says he likes Fuda because he has an obsession with eugenics. And Fuda is a fantasy about the best of a man with the best of a woman together. So is Synthetic Man saying the best part about men is their penis?
Bruh.
Okay. Alright, I mean, I guess. I don't know, dude. That's a lot to digest. Yeah, my favorite thing about men is their massive throbbing cock. Absolutely, dude. I don't know. That almost makes it worse. That might actually make it worse if you think about it. That actually might make it worse. Dude, I don't know if that actually helps the argument or hurts it. Like, if you just said, nah, I'd rather see two chicks have sex instead of a guy and a girl. Like, okay, that makes sense. Like, okay, sure, you might have a point there. But saying the best part of a man mixed with the best part of a woman, I don't know, that's a little strange. He was very drunk when he said, okay, that helps a little bit then. Says the guy that thinks ladyboys are attractive. I never said I thought they were attractive, bro. I just said that most of the ladyboys look better than the actual Thai women that I've seen. I have zero interest in either group. There you go, you admitted it again. I don't like, what do you want me to say? The Thai ladyboys are more convincing than the actual Thai women. Are you ever afraid you'll get tricked by a trans? I don't talk to women, so I don't have to worry about it. But no, I don't think so. It's really easy to tell, because I would never talk to, like...
shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
The chicks that look like they've had a bunch of plastic surgery and shit, I would never talk to anyway, so I'm not at risk of that.
I can't afford this shit!
That means if Griffin goes to Thailand, he's more than likely going to sleep. Bro, honestly, like, Thailand, you would have to be careful. Like, I feel like you would actually get tricked over there. I feel like you would actually get tricked in Thailand, bro. Like, they actually pass. The fucking Thai ladyboys actually fucking pass, bro. It's actually kind of scary. Because Asian dudes are already really fucking, you know, scrawny and have a very feminine build. So it makes the surgeries even more effective. So, yeah, that shit's gotta be like a fucking minefield over there. Like, Asian men already have, like, a very feminine physique compared to, like, Westerners and shit like that. Like the movie Hangover. I've never seen Hangover 2. I've never watched a full one of those at all, actually. Most Asian troons are scarily convinced. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like... that shit's wild. Like, I've seen the fucking videos where, like, the Thai ladyboys trick people. And it's like, bro, I honestly, like, especially if you're drinking or something, you'd be like, fuck. You would actually probably get fooled. Well, didn't Andrew Tate say it'd be less gay to fuck a 10 out of 10 tranny than a 1 out of 10 chick? Wasn't that, like, something Andrew Tate said? He'd rather fuck a 10 out of 10 tranny than a 1 out of 10 woman. Let's see. Genocide King revive with the 2. I'm torn between playing AC Unity or play Unity. Syndicate sucks. Unity's way better. 2023 Perfect Dark with the 10, especially when Pokimane said she had a one-night stand, left, and the guy became a girl and got too attached after. I don't know how she does it. When she's normal, I get more attracted to her, and I only like Asians. Wait, what? Hold on. Let me reread that. Especially when Pokimane says she had a one-night stand left and the guy became the girl and got too attached after. So she made someone troon out? What the fuck? I don't know how she does it. When she's normal, I get more attracted to her and I only like Asian. I'm very confused. So what do you mean when she's normal? Like when she lets the mask slip and calls people broke bitches? Like, yeah, I think that's pretty hot, but you know. You know, when Pokimane verbally scolds someone for being a broke boy, it, you know, activates something in my head. It's like, oh my god, dude. Just like me, for real. Neurons act exactly, man. Subaru STI with the 2. Fuda is the new Uber. Yeah, that shit's... I don't know, bro. The Fuda shit is a mystery to me. Griffin a brokey. That's right. That's why I need everyone to, you know...
Open your wallets and give me all of your monies.
All the monies. Yasuke won't allow Griffin to uninstall Shadows. That's right, man. His samurai sword is just too appealing. Yes, when the mask slips, the guy wanted to date her after they banged. Yeah, that's probably because she's got a gorilla grip and then slapped the guy in the face and said, "Hurry up, broke boy. I ain't got all night." How could you not? Yasuke is the man. Everything. He's a true Renaissance man, you know? Speaks perfect fucking whatever the fuck language he speaks in Africa. Speaks perfect Portuguese. Reads and writes in Latin. And on top of that, can speak fluent Japanese. Truly one of the greatest minds of the ancient, or I guess not ancient, of feudal Japan. You know, in a time period where normal people couldn't fucking read, a literal fucking slave can read, write, and speak multiple fucking languages. Definitely. Absolutely. That's so believable, man. Johnny's to the 2. So what life are you about, with balls or no? What do you mean? With balls or no balls? I'd like to keep my balls. Would you tap Pokimane? Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, why not? Yeah, dude, she got blacked right before her wedding to a Japanese noble. Yeah, she got blacked basically the night of her wedding. Shit's crazy, bro. Shit's fucking crazy. BBC NTR, yeah. Exactly. BBC NTR. One night with Pokey or 200? I feel like I could probably steal more than $200 worth of stuff, so that's tempting. I'm still probably going to take the money. Scholar with the 2, play Afternoon on the Island. Didn't you already send that one? But I guess I can play it. Let's see. The Roving Gambler with the 8 months. You see the clip of the X-Bot cheating with a... Wait, what? Cheating with a dude? So an X-Bot got busted for being a secret homo? Oy vey.
I can't afford this shit!
Saber Ram with a 2, bleached, best category. Oh my god. And Johnny's with the 2, Fuda with ball sack or no ball sack, shaft only. I'm gonna go with neither, man. I don't like anime porn. I could sit there completely flaccid for the entire scenario in either case. Which women does everyone think is hot, but you don't? Pretty much all of Hollywood. Guys, I'm uncomfortable with all the objectifying of women. You're queer! Griffin, show me your ideal type, not Aerith. Oh, let me see if I can find that bikini short again. That's easy. Let's see. Yep, I found it. Alright. This. It's just that easy. Her hair could be a little darker, but that build. That is the ideal woman. So, there you go.
I can't afford this shit!
Good taste, bro. That's what I'm saying, man. That's like the ideal woman right there. Easy. You generation of the 2. What is this shit? Oh, some fucking slop-ass music. Alright, I'll play it next, I guess. I'll be taking my headphones off, though. Doesn't get any better than the athletic build. Yeah, agreed, man. I don't hate boobs. I just think they're incredibly overrated. I don't really care about them. Like, titties are not, like, you know, monkey brain activation material for me. I prefer the slim, noble frame versus the peasant milker build. Alright, here's U Generation's music, if you can even call it that. If you can even call it music. Yeah, most women who are in shape don't have high body fat, therefore they don't have fat tits. How does everybody like the slop? You can thank U Generation for the shit. Yeah, tan lines are nice. Tan lines are incredibly underrated. Your ears are melting. This is what the Aztecs were listening to when they sacrificed 10-year-old boys. Probably, man. She wasn't thick, though? Yeah, I don't like obesity. Obesity is not for me, man. Body positivity is propaganda? Yeah, they want you fat, depressed, and lonely. So you're easier to sell shit to. I like when you can kind of see her hip bone. Oh, yeah, that's nice too, man. Definitely. Yeah, eating sugar and lots of bread is amazing for your health. Don't eat protein. Too much protein is bad for you and encourages white supremacy. Tim Marco the 7, the Aztecs and Incas were flawless, dude. The white Europeans ruined everything. That's right, man. You know, don't forget the fact that human body parts were literally sold in Mayan and Aztec cities as fucking food. Like, you could literally go to street vendors and buy, like, roasted human legs. But, you know, yeah, it was a wonderful, peaceful human civilization. Ricardo Comstocks with the 2. What's up, man? The gay pair would have been right at home a little while ago with the conversation we were having, that's for sure. What a fine delicacy, exactly. Yummy. Yeah, it's just crazy to me, bro, like how all these fucking people can't understand how the colonists would have literally just been, like, disgusted by these natives, bro. Like, imagine witnessing a child having their heart cut out and then their body being, like, draped over the stairs of a pyramid to literally paint the staircase with its blood. And then they would chop up the body parts and eat them. Like, imagine witnessing that as, like, a European from civilized society. Like, you're literally walking up to what you consider to most likely be devil worshippers, and they're supposed to have sympathy on those people? Like, come on, dude.
I can't afford this shit!
Saber ran with the 2, just saying humans taste... Yeah, I don't know. I haven't put meat in my mouth in a long time, so I don't remember. Oh, wait, I mean never. I've never done it. Not once. I've never... Never mind. There's a huge socialist movement in Mexico that literally rewrite and lie about how atrocious and oppressive the Aztecs and Mayan society were. It's crazy. That's why other tribes helped the Spanish... Yeah, exactly. The Spanish only had like a few hundred people, but they had tens of thousands of fucking natives fighting alongside of them to, you know, overthrow the Mayans and the Aztecs. Because, like, they would literally round up the other native tribes and shit and execute them in ritual sacrifices. So... Nintendo is gonna save gaming on 2. Oh, is this shit over? Okay. I can put on... Oh, why is it muted? There we go. Too many of these video games got porn dialogue. I agree. All the talent's just gone nowadays. There's no talented writers anymore. Shit. Oh my god! Wednesday, my package is gonna get here finally. Thank fuck, man. Right after I have to send off more stuff to PSA. They're so slow with shipping nowadays. Yasuke literally has superpowers. That's right, man. Yeah, I'm gonna try to stream the Switch 2 thing. I will try to. You're gonna steal my package? Oh no. Sex toys. No, these are cards. I ordered that $3,500 card that I've been waiting to arrive for like over 2 weeks now. And then also, I have 2 cards in grading that are worth like 2,300 bucks together that I'm gonna sell. And now I have to send off another card to get re-encapsulated because there was like a piece of plastic or something that was encapsulated with the card. And it's not like really a big deal, but it pisses me off looking at it, so I'm gonna get it reholdered, which is probably gonna take a week or 2. Broke boy coming up on Griffin's Amazon package. Stick Apollo on them. Yeah, exactly, man. When are we gonna see some gameplay of what? Dude, honestly, I'm kind of fried on video games after Ass Creed. I guess I can open up Halo if you guys want. I restarted my computer, so it should be running better now, I guess. Oh, dude, do you know what also is on the fucking 3rd that I just thought about? Shit, the fucking South of Mid comes out. Fuck. I may go live early that afternoon. Like, I may just start streaming after work. So that, I can get through South of Mid as quickly as possible. And then, I can work on the review that night and get it up the next day. So I can maximize my, ad shekels. What happened to Griffin's PC? It's old. Just like me. Is it gonna work? Yes. Sweet. My PC literally is old. The GPU's 2 generations old. The CPU's like 4 generations or 5 generations old. And the actual computer itself is going on 7 years old. This summer it'll be 7 years old. So yeah, it's just an old computer. Don't text your ex, bro. I don't have an ex, but thanks for the recommendation. Griffin too broke to upgrade? Why do you think I have to set these chat goals, man? It's not because I want to. It's because I have to. I don't take any pride in doing so. Griffin is too scared to talk to girls. Exactly, dude. Griffin, the new Pokemon game looks so bad. Game Freak are the worst devs in gaming. I don't know if they're the worst, man. There's probably a lot worse. Creators Freedom with the 1. Come on,
Shut
bro.
the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Griffin never seen a girl naked IRL? Yeah, never, man. Do they have a belly button? Ricardo Comstocks with the 10. Griffin, these natives are monkey ape savages. They are a deeply unserious people and are literal apes. I don't know if apes sacrifice children and rip their hearts out for the sun god, so I don't know, bro. And then eat their fellow fucking... Like, bro, do monkeys eat each other? I don't think so. I don't think monkeys actually cannibalize each other, but I'm not sure. Does anyone know? Like, the fucking orangutans, like, kill each other and then eat their, like, corpses? I don't fucking know, honestly. I don't really research animals that much, but... I know, like, a lot of species of animals don't eat their own.
I can't afford this shit!
Yeah, pigs will eat each other and breed with their parents. That's why they're considered unclean. Tim Marco at the 7? Can't wait for those hottest summer ever recorded headlines in these coming months. I know, after we had the coldest winter ever recorded as well. So, they can't make up their fucking minds. They genuinely can't keep the story straight. One day it's cold, one day it's hot. You know, one day we're all gonna die from the, you know, receding ice caps, which makes no fucking sense because when ice floats in water, the water level is higher than when it melts. But, you know, there's a lot of inconsistencies we can get into. Ricardo Cumsocks with the 2. Thanks for that gay pair, man. Appreciate you. Big storm coming Wednesday. Dude, there was a huge storm here in my area tonight. It was pouring. I didn't get to walk as a dog because it was pouring so much. Like, it was like almost blinding to drive through. Cause like I drove to the gym and it was like one of those rains where you can barely see out the front because like the raindrops are so fucking large that the splash like kind of blinds you. So yeah, it was really bad. And then we had a bunch of thunder and lightning and everything. So I was worried my internet was going to go out. Griffin is going to become woke when he gets that Jewish money. Nah, I'd rather have a Jewish mommy, bro. I want the Ashkenazi Khazar milkers. They can keep their money. I want the real prize. That and an Israeli passport so I can commit a crime and get away with it. The passport was that's right. That and by bagging a lovely lady of the Khazar Empire, it ensures that my future generations enjoy the same benefits as well. Since the status is passed from the mother.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oh shit, I didn't even fucking see that guy. Oh yeah, I just realized. Don't listen to anything you hear on the internet today. It's April Fool's officially right now. So all the fucking corny social media managers are gonna do their thing. All the millennial women on social media are gonna go crazy, so... Lay heckin' funny April Fool's joke, dude. Literally hurting from laughter. Yeah, I like... unironically, I kind of like the Ashton Hall content. I think his content's good. It's very satisfying to watch. It's very aesthetically pleasing. I don't know, bro. I just like watching, like, I guess, wealthy shit, if that makes sense. Like, I like watching rich people do rich people things. If that, tracks with anybody. Oh, let's see. Shadow Band account, the 100,000. Oh my god, dude, 100,000! I'm gonna quit my job tomorrow! But the Fed is here. It's time to watch how the baby boomers ruin society, but by what if alt hissed? Oh god. Jesus. The fucking Odin Spank Bank guy. Pretend ayahuasca does not exist. I don't think you can view his content pretending that it doesn't exist, though. Like, everything he says gets called into question, because it's like, is it actually accurate, or did he fucking trip balls and, like, make the whole fucking thing up? And Nick with the 5, Griff, there was an EF1 tornado in Kentucky out by me and knocked the power out. House is okay? Well, that blows, man. Glad your house is alright, but that sucks about the power. That's no fun. What am I doing for April 1st? Working
You
and then
shut the
live
fuck!
streaming.
Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Ricardo Cumsocks of the 10. Griff, these turbo
Skip it up, fucking loser faggot.
are calling me a Fed. First of all, yes, I do take money from the government, but I have real thoughts. So you're saying that you're not a synthetic man? But yeah, that's alright, Ricardo. I know you're not a Fed, bro. And even if you are, you'd be a cool Fed. You're one of the good ones, so they would say. Just like I'm Keys, one of the good ones. Nah, I don't really care about Metroid Prime 4. I didn't like the remaster, so I'm probably good. I don't like all the backtracking. What about Renadog? Well, Renadog's cool in general, bro. I've got no beef with him. Other than his, well, I don't know. He's entitled to his love of The Last of Us Part 2, but that's my only gripe. That's my only gripe. Aside from that, you know. A certified unk? Nah, he's a certified Asian enthusiast. He's our resident Asian enthusiast.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Ricardo Cumsogs with the 5-place yeah, I guess it's Symphony of the Night, right? Best game ever. Yeah, I've never actually played the Castlevanias other than the Lords of Shadows games. It's the only one I've played really from start to finish, though, was Lords of Shadows 2. I never beat the first one. Griff finally has a tip skull? Yeah, we've had several tip skulls. I've done tip skulls in the past, though. They're not anything new. It's kind of just funny. I don't know. I don't really care if we meet them or not. Hint, hint, though. Remember, guys, well, I guess not anymore. It's technically too late to contribute into my next YouTube paycheck, so... Hopefully we made enough to take my obese wife out for second breakfast. Otherwise, there's going to be hell to pay. Oh shit, the fucking rocket launcher's right there. God damn it. Oh, fuck. Damn, I thought I jumped over it. Yeah, I still need to play the Dragon Quest 2D HD remake or whatever the fuck. I probably should have bought that for the Switch, because that's a good handheld game. That's not a good dedicated TV game. Come on. Nice! I just sold something. $700 in the bank. Hell yeah, dude.
Gaming.
Yeah, now I can buy an Altaria EX. Which was my goal in selling this current thing. Yeah, the guy asked me if I would take $700 for like this thing I have listed, which it's literally exactly what I wanted to sell it for. So yeah, perfect. I have an Aerith card arriving tomorrow that I'll show you guys. It's a big one. Yeah, if the Aerith card arrives tomorrow, then I'll show it on stream.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
But I gotta send it in for grading. The Aerith pre-release card? I don't think there is a pre-release card. It's not a pre-release card, it's the signature card.
You're broke! You're fucking
At least I don't know of an Aerith pre-release card. I haven't seen one. I've just seen the signature card and then the regular holo. But I need to buy some of the sealed booster boxes for Tears of the Planet, because that shit looks nice. I already got the Aerith full art from Legacy Collection, too. Ricardo Cumsocks with the 10. Really appreciate it, man. My cat, Colonel Ingus, is a racist white nationalist. I love him. Well, I'm glad that, you know, your cat is fighting for the future of the white race, man. As a white man myself, I appreciate his efforts. So thanks for looking out for us, Colonel Lingus. I'm glad we have one ally in this world. Not everyone hates us, white people. And Creators Freedom with the 1. Thanks, dude. I have a black cat. Is it over? I don't know, man. Your bike may go missing, though. You're off the next 2 days? Oh my god, dude. Lucky. I'm not. I'll have to take time off again this year. But that'll probably be in July. I have to go to my cousin's wedding at some point, which I don't actually know when that is. But yeah, at some point I'll have to go on a trip to... I don't actually know. I don't know where it is, actually. The fuck? Oh, here, let me, is this guy, like... Hold on, let me send this guy this image real quick with my, contact information, so we can contact. Hold on a second. Where is it? I know I didn't delete it. I literally have this picture saved for this exact reason. Where the fuck is it? I literally have like this picture of a card that I took with my Instagram username on top of it so that people can message me to buy the card. Is this it? There we go. There we go. I'm messaging this guy who's trying to buy some, like, item from me I have listed on eBay. Merchant game. That's me, bro. I have so much money in Pokemon stuff, dude. It's not even funny. Like, I maybe have sold probably 1/30th of my total inventory, and I've gotten like close to 7,000 or 8,000. So I have a lot of stuff. My girlfriend broke up with me today. Turns out she never really cared about me, and I was just a loser all along. Nah, dude. She was the loser. Do I watch? Yeah, I watch Alpha Investments sometimes. That's good background noise when I walk.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Ricardo Cumsocks with the 10. Griffin, do you think the Browns can destroy us? Those filthy, brown, dirty monkeys, what the fuck? I'm guessing you're referring to Planet of the Apes, man. Obviously. But yeah, eventually. I mean, look what's happening to Europe, dude. Like, this mass migration shit is literally getting people killed. And nobody fucking cares. They keep voting for it, and the politicians keep, you know, willingly, you know, butchering their own people, essentially. So. And if you fight back or even speak out against it, you get arrested. So if you point out that, you know, children are being raped in Europe, you go to jail, not the rapists. It's fucking wild, man. You can't help people that are that self-destructive. See, I have the right thing. I don't ever have to break up with anyone because I don't ever date anybody, so GG's. I don't have to deal with any sort of ex because, you know, I'm free and clear. Wow, nobody grabbed this? It's actually kind of shocking. The fuck is this dude doing? Oh. He can't buy it because of the price thing. Selling. Revised listing. Oh shit, and the chat died. Bro, everything's happening at once. Fuck. This is actually the map that launched Keemstar's entire YouTube career, funnily enough.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up! You haven't heard the name Keem in 6 years? Bro, Keem's been in the news a lot recently with all the lolcow shit in the past year. There's been a lot of shit going on with Keem. Grums locked his replies because people found out he was LARPing as an anime girl on his fucking porn site. Jesus Christ, dude. You see, Keem was mentioned in the Billy lawsuit. Keem is buddies with them. Oh, who? Billy Mitchell? Oh, did y'all hear that sound or not? The cha-ching? That's such a satisfying noise, man. I love that eBay does that. Whenever you sell something, it goes cha-ching. To let you know that you just made that cash money, baby. Blow my nose real quick. Ah. Damn.
I saw someone say Conquest can beat the entire Justice League. Well, they're wrong, dude. I have no idea who that is. Ricardo Comstocks with the 10. Really appreciate it, dude. At some point, I stopped blaming the cult leader and blamed the cultists. Our people are a joke. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, the whole white supremacist thing doesn't track with me because it's like, dude, the fucking self-destructive whites are literally the arbiter of their own demise. So, lib shit whites have literally destroyed the world, for lack of a better, term. So, white libs have quite literally allowed for the destruction of Western civilization at every opportunity. They would sooner see their own children raped than be called racist. Like, that's fucking insane. I still haven't bought Xenoblade X. I still haven't even bought it.
Slayer. Kill the enemy team to score.
My shipment is scheduled for delivery tomorrow. What the fuck did I order?
Lost the lead.
Yo, is PSA overnighting my stuff? Oh, no, never mind. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Fuck. Shit. Retard moment. Retard! I forget that the days change because, you know, they don't for me, technically. They don't technically change for me because I haven't gone to bed yet. So I still consider today Monday. So yeah, technically it's Tuesday. So I was like, oh shit, something's coming tomorrow? The fuck? Hold on, I gotta reply to this guy.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
When am I gonna have another spurg out? What do you mean? I never spurg out. Ricardo Cumsocks with a 10. This whole world is upside down. I feel like I'm functioning in Clown War. Yeah, I mean, dude, the thing is the world is genuinely fucked, man. When a living being is choosing not to have children by choice, that's actually pretty scary. Like, when you have entire populations of people choosing just simply to not have kids at all. Not because they can't or because they're single or whatever, but like married couples choosing not to reproduce. Like, that is the sign of a sick society. The hell? Dude, at this point, I'm anti or phobic of everything but me. You know, I'm an ist, phobe, or anti-whatever, as long as it doesn't directly, you know, benefit me. I don't fucking care. Call me whatever you want, but my interest is of my own well-being, not anybody else's at this point. You know, we don't have a socially cohesive society or shared culture anymore. So it's basically dog eat dog. You gotta look out for yourself, because nobody else will. And like your immediate friends and family or whatever social group you have, like, you gotta find your group of people that share similar, you know, beliefs and values and look out for them. But yeah, gone are the days of loving thy neighbor, because it's like, yeah, your neighbor actively wants you dead in a lot of cases. Sounds like Doomer? No, it's just realistic. You have to know the fucking game that you're playing, man. You have to know the fucking rules to the game you're expected to play.
You shut the fuck. Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
Ricardo Cumsucks with the 10. My people are my interest. I will not lose them. Yeah, you gotta find your people in today's day and age, man. You gotta find your people nowadays. Because it's no longer like the default, like, oh, all Americans or, you know, one people. It's like, not anymore. Let's see. Tim Marco with the 7. Since society is so far removed from God's second most important commandment, love thy neighbor, you think Judgment Day is close? I don't think so. I think things can get a lot worse.
Alright, awesome.
I think things can get a lot fucking worse, and it probably won't be in our lifetime. Let's see. Claus was the 50 pesos, low IQ voice, but Griffin, that's not very Christian of you. That's right. You know, the guy that refers to God as Space Daddy is going to lecture me on the, you know, finer details of Christianity and morality. It's always funny how Redditors do that.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Mason with the 5. After Assassin's Creed, I wonder what sus black guy get to look forward to next. I just want my escapism back, man. Well, the next game will be about feminist witches, so get ready. It'll be all about how the assassins are actually framed as witches, dude. So that the Templars, aka the evil white people, can kill all the educated and, you know, highly intelligent women in the fucking colonies. And Ricardo Cumsucks with a 5. Toucans are the devil. Bro, don't say that about Toucan Sam. I love his Fruity Loop. Wait, pause. Yeah, the only good witch-related media is that one episode of South Park with the Jack and Crack.
That's like the only good witch-related media I've ever seen. Otherwise, witches are really cringe. Why would I debate a black Hebrew Israelite when they're right? We white people have stolen all aspects of black culture and whitewashed all black accomplishments. So, it's my place to listen, not argue. No! Oh my god, I almost fumbled that. I almost fucking fumbled that shit. Yeah, William Shakespeare was undoubtedly black. Genesis King Revive with a 2. Where do you think AC fell off? About to start Unity? After Unity is when it went to absolute shit. But Unity was the beginning of the end because that's when they introduced like gear, like leveling and that type of shit, so. That's when they started adding the RPG elements. Now, they weren't anywhere near as bad in Unity as later games, but that was kind of the beginning of the end.
Game over.
New stream graphics? What the fuck? What do you mean? Alright. Dude, this guy keeps messaging me. It's like weird. I don't know. Whatever. A lot of these fuckers, I think, are just looking for friends. Kind of sad, man. Yeah, he keeps like asking me about like, oh, are you getting this? Are you getting this? I'm like, no, I'm not getting that. And he goes like, do you have this? I'm like, no, I don't. It's not listed. No! Oh my god, man. Shit. That was so close. Dude, that shit was ass. Yeah, on eBay. Just realized we hit the tips goal. Oh my god, dude. Thank the Lord. Now I can afford to feed my dog. Here, we'll restart it, I guess. Start another goal. I didn't realize that one was teal too. Alright, it says blue. Hopefully it doesn't change. Who was the guy who would come in and mention Jews all the time? That is the Ricardo Cumsocks. Master of the gay pair.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
I don't even care. I took him with me. Griffin be living paycheck to paycheck. That's right, man. It's a struggle out here in these streets. Real talk. Slanging dope just to survive. Ricardo Cumsocks at the 10. Griffin, my cat, Colonel Angus, has the freshest smelling head. God bless him. Yeah, this might be a weird thing to say, but like the scent of your pet is very like, I don't know. I don't want to say like it smells good, but it's like almost comforting. Like when you lean in to like give your dog like a kiss on the head or whatever, they have like a distinct smell. Your dog's stinky? Well, there's a thing called water and soap. I don't know what. I keep my dog clean. I give him regular baths, so he's, you know, he's not stinky. Yeah, bro, that's like one of the most calming feelings ever. Is when you're like laying down and your like pet is sleeping next to you. I don't know why, but it's like just such a soothing feeling. Like whenever I see my dog like asleep, it makes me want to just lay down and go to sleep as well too. Griff may secretly have a girlfriend. Yeah, no.
Dude, I would not have this streaming schedule if I had an actual girlfriend. Like, are you fucking kidding me? I would actually have to go do shit. I'd be missing streaming a bunch of nights. Most likely. I just got team killed. That's nice. Dude, I wish I had an AI. Like, bro, that would be like my ultimate end game. Would be just like an AI that produces slop content for me and live streams around the clock. That would be awesome if I could just AI myself.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Like that fucking Johnny Depp movie. What's that shit called? Where he makes himself an AI? Because he's like dying of cancer. Yeah, let me do something like that. Just like scan my brain into the computer and make an AI. 2023 Perfect Dark with the 5. Yup, that's why I don't talk to people when doing business unless I have to, because most of them look for friends. Bad for business. Not talking, but it's annoying. Yeah. I mean, some people like having like that camaraderie and stuff. The biggest problem with being like buddy-buddy with coworkers is the fact that, like, you know, what you say will be used against you at some point if you ever have a falling out. So that's the danger of befriending your coworkers, is they might turn on you if they, you know, grow to dislike you or to further their own career. So that's the other aspect of it too. Griff pays strippers to talk. I've never been to a strip club, so it'd be kind of hard to do. Oh, nice, man. So I cleared 630 from my sale. That's good. Yeah, the whole blocking thing is new to me, man. Like, blocking people's numbers and shit that you know in real life. Like, that shit never happened when I was young. Like, even if you had a falling out with somebody, they wouldn't fucking block you. Like, that shit's like some woman behavior. That's like literal fucking female behavior.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
I can't see Griffin paying strippers. I could possibly visualize him teaching them how to invest their money. Yeah, exactly. Or trying to recruit them for other business ventures. Like, have you ever considered a career on Twitch? I would be more interested in fucking, you know, managing their e-whore career and making money off of them than actually watching them strip. There's nothing appealing about a stripper to me. Fuck. I'd be the pimp. Nah, I'd be the manager, bro. The manager for legal reasons. Oh. Ricardo Cumsocks with the 5. I like to sniff the top of my cat's head, laugh my ass off. It's always... It always sniffs so fresh. Hell yeah, dude. I don't remember how you get the gold gun skins. It might be one of the battle passes, but I don't actually remember. I'm pretty sure it's one of the battle passes, or it's like one of those timed redemption rewards that like cycles every week or whatever. I don't remember. But it's not like a grind type thing. You just unlock them with your like season points or whatever the fuck they're called. Yeah, dude, I don't really get the appeal of a lap dance. Like, to me, that's just weird. Hold on. Charizard Super Premium Collection, $50 on Amazon. Yo. 40% off retail. Yeah, that's a buy. That's a buy, man. Alright, so we want 3. Buy now. Ship deliver to this address. Continue. Before those sell out. That's a great deal. Dude, those Charizard boxes will be expensive because they have a really cool figure inside. Like, I think there's 10 packs, so already that's only $5 a pack. But then, you know, it's a Charizard branded box with like a really nice little figure inside. So that'll do really well long term. You spent many hours at strip clubs? Way too many? Yeah, that's not... I don't know, bro. That's just kind of a sad place to be. If you have to pay a woman to interact with you, that's not really a healthy place to be in. So... no good can come from that. It's called the Charizard Super Premium Collection. Got him.
I can't afford this shit!
Oh shit, Amazon limits your quantity now? That's so gay, dude. You used to be able to place repeat orders. They used to let you place as many orders as you wanted. Oh, and I have an Amazon. Actually, I don't think I need an Amazon account to check out on Amazon. Let's see. Charizard Super Premium Collection. Alright. Ooh, I have an alt account for Amazon. I just saw that on my passkey. I have 2 Amazon accounts. There we go. You do need an account. Continue. No thanks. Free shipping. Place order. Alright, there we go. I got 6. Nice. Oski with the 2. I was able to grab 3 before they sold out. Nice, man. Yeah, I think those will do well over time. It's like the Charizard, whatever, Ultra Premium
7
Collection.
7 inches? That's pretty big. You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
The Charizard Ultra Premium Collection, you know, went down to like
Nice
$70
car.
at one point.
Perfect.
And, you know, now it's like 300. So just give it enough time, it'll go up. See you generation with the 50 months. Really appreciate it, man. Another month. Another month. Another, I don't know. And Ricardo Cumsocks with the 10. Griffin Fake Socks is on the loose. He is wild. Yeah, dude, he just muted you too. The clone is free. I'm like, I guess it's the feds, man. The feds are coming in to try and confiscate Colonel Ingus and all the gay pairs from you. Be careful, bro. And then we got the fake Ricardo, or should I say the real Ricardo Cumsocks? I don't know which one's real at this point. The real Ricardo Cumsocks of the 20. And said, use it to mute him. Uh-oh. Which one is which? Who knows, dude? It's a mystery. Wowie zowie. Yeah, oy vey, indeed. I don't even know what's real. Griffin loves his gay pairs. I love all pairs equally, dude. Every single one has their, you know, pros and cons. Whether they're gay, straight, black, white, rotten, or fresh, every pair is special and deserves the right to exist. Ah, fuck.
Have I attempted to play Avowed? Yeah, I have a review for it. That's my second last upload. Yeah, second to last upload, I think. So. I played through it in entirety. It sucked. Needless to say. Ooh, nice. That was lucky. Ah, shit. Unfortunate. Truly unfortunate. You suck. Thanks, man. Very kind of you to say. Alright, after this match, I guess we can do videos and cheat. Should make the tip skull read super chats. Oh, that's a good idea, actually. Should. That's actually a good idea. Don't read any of the super chats until we hit the tip skull. There you go. Oh, red? Nah. The only way I get red super chats is torture. That's it. Bad eyes? No, I just figured he put a typo. That does happen too. Alright, let's see. YouTube. Alright,
Alright, so what was that video from the fucking retard, the boomers? The fucking Odin Gooner? How baby boomers ruin... Okay, there it is. Alright. Boob tube. Well, you're gonna get your wish, because we have to watch a Troon Sterling video. We have to watch a Troon Sterling video, which is always fun, man.
But gosh dang it, I've had so much fun playing it.
Yeah, no, literally no one's talking about South of Midnight. The fact that early access starts, what, the day after tomorrow? And there's not even reviews out yet is pretty telling. And it's only a 5-hour game, apparently, so it's not even going to take long to beat. Alright. We know what Jim Sterling's nemesis is. His former pronouns.
Nemesis system from Shadow of Mordor. That were a good idea, that. And Warner Brothers must have had it, because they've got the patent. Oh, wait. No, it's Warner Brothers. They don't have good ideas. They ruin them. Yes, but I don't know. Looking at the various crises in the world today, I think maybe clutching a Medabot and...
Dude, how the fuck do people look at this and not just think this person is fucking insane?
Pretending it was decades ago might actually be one of the most rational, sensible things you could do. It's less like a midlife crisis and more like midlife crisis management. Look, it beeps. Life's okay. Life's okay. Oh, before we begin, just going to be self-indulgent for a second, a video game that I had the distinct pleasure of working on, Quantum Witch, is out on June 24th. I'm one of the writers on the project. I wrote a pretty chunky story arc for the game. Very proud of it. It's going to be my first bit of narrative writing, publicly available. There's a really cool trailer. Yeah.
What in the fuck? Oh my god, dude. Yeah, nostalgia slop. Mohecan pixel retro game, dude. Wow, how quirky, dude. No, we gotta watch the full video. What's crazy, this is on double speed, guys. This is literally on 2x and it's that fucking slow.
Right, that's enough of talking about a game that's just going to be good on its own. Let's talk about a game that started really good, really well, really promising. And then Warner Brothers happened. The original version of this video received a little criticism for being a bit too harsh to Laura Fryer, and on reflection, yeah, maybe a bit. While the point of view she's talking about is stupid, she is generally on the level. I've watched her before, and it's not bad stuff. I did make a conscious effort not to go after her, because I tend not to when it comes to but I didn't do a good job of drawing a line between my criticism of the attitude she's sharing and my anger at the Warner Brothers executive class in general. So to make it clear, that's what I'm attacking, not her. While scouring the internet to find another subject to desperately pull out of my ass at the last minute because that deep dive into Altered Beast PS2 that only I'm going to watch isn't ready yet, I came across this story about the Nemesis system, a critically lauded gimmick from Shadow of Mordor that could have been great things for game development if Warner Brothers hadn't slapped a patent onto it among several other vile acts of corporate ruination that have come to typify the company's harmful influence on not just one, but...
Ricardo Cumsocks with the 10. This is 100% a totally normal YouTuber. True Monkey said, yeah, nothing to see here, man. Just completely normal behavior. You know, absolutely nothing to look at. Just completely normal. The new normal, as some people like to say.
Several artistic mediums. Apparently, creativity can at times come from a place of utter cynicism, at least when you charge actual creative people with the task of fulfilling a cynical goal instead of letting executives muck it up. According to a recent revelation, cynicism was indeed the ground bed from which the Nemesis system sprung, as it was conceived, amusingly, to combat what was the biggest game industry boogeyman at the time, the spectre of used game sales. Yes, the Nemesis system was an attempt to stop people trading in their games. I find this interesting for a few reasons. Not only is it a nice snapshot of a time where the industry was being completely stupid about a thoroughly invented problem, examining exactly how much that problem was blamed for the industry status at the time provides a great lens through which to look at the state of the business now. Plus, as I've been saying for a long time, Warner Brothers is one of the most despicable and poisonous influences the game industry has ever had, despite companies like EA and Activision getting all the spotlight. And I'm happy to take any excuse to talk about what the monument of corporate grotesquerie is committed in the name of getting richer quicker. If you don't know what the Nemesis system is, and as time goes on, fewer and fewer people will, thanks to Warner Brothers locking it away in its huge vault of intellectual property that it doesn't plan to do anything with, it was a neat little setup in Monolith's Lord of the Rings open-world orc murdering simulator Shadow of Mordor. Intended to give players a more personally entrenching experience, the Nemesis system gave orc leaders unique identifying aspects, pulled from the source of randomly generated traits.
Oski Woski with the 5, mute Juan. Alright, man. There we go.
Each one having their own name and title, as well as a selection of strengths and weaknesses that could be countered and exploited by the player. Said players' activities would influence the system directly.
Remember when Yong spurged out about them copywriting the Nemesis system, but yet he glazed Kojima for doing the exact same thing with balancing mechanics while walking? It's fucking incredible.
Orcs could develop resistances to things used against them, they'd move up the ranks if they defeated you, and one orc in particular would almost inevitably become a very literal nemesis, popping up regularly, even defying death to hound you. My favourite part of the whole thing was how generic nameless orc grunts could get a leg up onto this system if they happened to score the killing blow. The idea of some nobody mook becoming a dangerous worthy opponent is just really exciting to me. As anyone who has played it can tell you, it was the cast of orcs themselves who really made this thing work. As cool as the system was, I don't think it would be half as appealing if the prospective nemesis weren't
Alright, I'm not gonna lie, I really didn't give a shit about the Nemesis system in these games. Like, yeah, they were okay, but I didn't really think it was anything that great. I just like the combat, personally, and then the setting, obviously, but... yeah, the Nemesis system was fine. I didn't really fucking care about it that much, though. It's not what made the game for me.
So enjoyable to encounter, what with their entertainingly overacted voices, memorable appearances, and personalities. While we are talking about the Nemesis system as a mechanic, I really can't emphasize enough how much applause Shadow of Mordor deserves for taking utterly factory standard, chaotic evil foot soldiers from Lord of the Rings and turning them into legitimate show stealers. Yet all this was, according to former WB executive Laura Fryer, part of the game industry's desperate attempt at the time to conquer the perceived scourge of second-hand games. In a video about the game, Fryer detailed how the drop-off in sales after the acclaimed Arkham Asylum launch had been blamed, without real evidence of course, on the used game market, and the publisher didn't want Rocksteady's alleged defeat at the hands of GameStop to happen with Monolith's latest. Fryer explained the point of view from the executive mindset concerning the boogeyman of used games, saying this was great for gamers because they could buy the game and then sell it back to a company like GameStop and buy something else. It was great for GameStop because then they sold that used game for a discount and they pocketed the money. Oh my god, a corporation pocketing the money off someone else's hard fucking work. That must have been such a shock to Warner Brothers. Hypocrites. She then lamented how the developers were only getting paid for the first copy sold and lost millions of dollars, as if it were the people who did the actual work who were going to profit most of the game's success, instead of her executive buddies and the shareholders gripping their leashes, demonstrating as always how games management continues to repeat propaganda unchallenged even though their own actions routinely
Yeah, if you really think about it, man, like, video game sales have really, like, just fallen off a fucking cliff. Because, like, think about how many games sold, like, 20 million copies back in the day, right? You gotta remember that all those games sold probably just as many, if not way more, used copies as well, too. So, if you could only buy new games back in, like, the 360 generation, imagine how high the sales numbers would be. Like, a game that sold 10 million copies, you know, those copies get traded in 2 to 3 times. You could have a game that would have sold, like, 30 million copies total over the course of its life cycle. So... Oski Woski with a 10. Great news. I got a girlfriend. Oh my god. I'm so happy for you and Britt, but all jokes aside, congrats, man. It's nice. GG's, dude.
Discredit it. Weird how they always act as if it's the developers who stand to lose most, despite executives being more than happy to trigger layoffs and close down studios even when those developers deliver a massive success. It's like they know they're not going to generate sympathy if they talk about the people who are actually profiting, you know? Because they're not sympathetic. Anyway, she said they needed to make a game so compelling that players wanted to keep it forever, which makes me laugh because of how much the idea of making a good game is treated like some mystical new form of wisdom by executives. This is borne out by her saying, we knew Monolith's game engine wasn't yet capable of having a fully open world like a GTA, and this team wasn't interested in going the multiplayer route, but we still had to solve for the constraints, and this thinking is what led to the Nemesis system, arguably one of the most creative and coolest game features in recent memory. I bloody love it. The sentiment is, well, we couldn't just copy a game that was already successful, and we couldn't just hop on the same bandwagon we and everybody else kept hopping on, so we had to rely on having actual ideas. Just an absolutely perfect glimpse into the corporate
Would you believe that Jim doesn't know his father? I would believe that, yeah.
There. The creative solution is literally the last resort, the desperate gambit for these fucking clowns. And yes, what do you know? That last resort turns out to be the definitively best thing to happen to the game, almost as if letting developers develop their games rather than rely on the archaic mandates of so-called industry leadership makes better products. That is, until Warner Brothers inevitably, predictably, despicably fucking ruined it. But we'll get to that. Right now, I want to look at what the business was like at the time, specifically the miserable way publishers were acting about used games. I remember it well because I spent a lot of time calling it out, all that used game fear-mongering for the propagandistic lie that it was. Little more than the new game piracy, which was a little more than the new game rentals. The game industry always needs a villain, you see, a thing it can blame for its own failures, or rather its successes.
Dude, that footage of the GameStop rabbit like this... There used to be this game on mobile you could play, and if you linked your power-up rewards account to it, you used to get points. And I remember I used to play the fucking mobile game all the time because it would give you like power-up points when you played it, which then you could redeem for like coupons in store. So I would literally just get like a bunch of $5 and $10 off coupons just from playing the fucking mobile game in order to get games cheaper when I went to GameStop. So good old times, man.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Ricardo Cumsucks with a 10. I'm deeply jealous of Oski Woski. Where did he find this girl? What the fuck? I don't know, bro. It's a mystery to me, too. So, the ways of women elude me.
At the time, specifically, the miserable way publishers were acting about used games. I remember it well because I spent a lot of time calling it out, all that used game fear-mongering for the propagandistic lie that it was. Little more than the new game piracy, which was little more than the new game rentals. The game industry always needs a villain, you see. A thing that can blame for its own failures, rather than successes that fail to be successful enough to support the lie of infinite growth that executives have spent years maintaining for the infantile benefit of their investors. Just as they had blamed Blockbuster in the 90s, publishers blamed GameStop in the 2000s, and they did a pretty good job of convincing mainstream game developers at the time that every used game sold was a guaranteed loss of their money, just like how they pretended every pirated game equaled a lost sale. Pure mythology and unfounded speculation. Throughout the 2000s, used games became the reason behind every setback, the scapegoat du jour. Crackdown didn't sell very well, it was
Oscar the 5. Uh-oh. April Fools. Damn, man.
I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man.
So sad indeed, man. So sad indeed. Alright, what's this? Oh, God. Alright. Well, I can't play it right now because we'll get the copyright claim, but we'll get the copyright claim from the... Yeah. If I had whatever game open still... Oh, fuck! It did it! This little fucking thing. Hold on. This fucking piece of shit. Why the fuck did it minimize all my windows? Hold on. Who the fuck wants that as a feature? Like, who actually asks for that to be a feature? Yes, when I'm moving one window, please close every single other fucking window I have open. Thank you, Microsoft. You know, truly a groundbreaking feature that, you know, everybody was asking for. Yeah, Microsoft indeed.
Microsoft
is currently going through serious problems.
Oh wait, this is the wrong video. This is the fucking Odin jerk-off guy.
Definitely because of used sales.
This is the Looney
Arkham Asylum had a drop in sales
Train.
after
There we
launch.
go.
All those launch copies were definitely traded in. And the people who developed those games would have certainly been millionaires by now if GameStop hadn't pocketed their money. Hyperbole was off the charts, with used games being labelled by some as literally worse than piracy. It was one of my earliest realizations of just how entitled to special treatment game publishers felt they were. That they wanted to exert ownership over copies of games that they'd already sold. That they wanted a cut of the take beyond that point of sale. To not be like every other physical product in the world that people are free to do what they want with after they've bought it. They truly felt like they were owed something forever. Nowhere did that feeling of entitlement make itself more known than with the online pass. The industry's ultimate pathetic answer to a problem they'd exaggerated out of basically nothing. A system that mostly inconvenienced paying customers and did little to fix anything before ultimately being scrapped. The online pass gated a system's online features behind a one-time use code that players had to input if they wanted the full content they just bought. Because
The one, like, I get the reason for the online pass. Like, it made sense, because, you know, you bought the game for $50, then you paid $10 to get online access, so, yeah. It's like buying the game new, basically. I understand why they did it, because, you know, they didn't make a fucking dime off of pre-owned copies, which pre-owned copies did actually hurt the video game industry, whether people want to admit it or not. So, personally, I like pre-owned games, but they 100% do hurt developers. That's not, like, really up for debate.
Because there is nothing more exciting than starting a new video game by typing in a 20-digit code on a console's shitty digital keyboard, right? The heart of the scam here was that buyers of a used copy would find online features inaccessible unless they purchased a brand new unused code directly from the publishers for $10. So it was that publishers contrived a taxation on second-hand games, a way to get money they didn't deserve at all.
Yeah, I remember Sony had online passes, too, for things like Uncharted 3.
they were owed all the same. And you might be thinking, yeah, okay, that's gross but effective leverage for games with significant multiplayer components, but what about single-player games? Having an online pass for those would be pretty silly, right? Didn't stop them, though. The online pass still made it into offline games, with companies just selecting a bunch of content to gate off behind the second-hand paywall. You better believe Warner Brothers was all over this bullshit too, because of course they were. With Arkham City holding its Catwoman missions to ransom if the code wasn't input. I suppose just arbitrarily putting up walls around content is much easier than coming up with innovative ideas like the Nemesis system, huh? I always ask, so what is next? I would ask, what would happen if the industry did conquer the scourge of used games? What happens if they do that? Which looked pretty inevitable, and the world learns. If used games stopped being a so-called disaster, that it didn't fix anything, and all the problems being blamed on GameStop are still happening, what would they say then? What would they blame? And, well, you know, here we fucking are. Used games are barely a thing these days. The old digital future, publishers cream their jeans over.
So, buying a used game is bad, but buying used movies, books, clothes, cars, women is okay? Well, no, I'm not saying it's bad, but it hurts the industry. So, if I buy a video game for $50, but I buy it used instead of new, the developer doesn't get a dime of that money. So that's the reason why digital games are more beneficial towards developers, is because it actually puts the money back in the hands of the people who made the game in the first place. So it encourages them to make more. Whereas if you buy a secondhand copy, the only person that makes the money from that transaction is the people who already bought the game previously. So, you know, one game could be sold, the developer gets $50 from it, but then that same pre-owned copy could be sold 100 times after that. So, that's the thing. But, you know, I don't have an issue with buying pre-owned games. I'm just saying it's bad for the industry in terms of, you know, developers not making money. But yeah, pre-owned stuff is fine with me. I don't mind buying it. I'm just talking about from a company's perspective. Why they don't like it.
It's been here for a long time, and yet, you'll notice, the industry is not the gameful utopia it was supposed to be. In fact, it's worse off than it's ever been. Even despite the record revenue coming in, executives are more desperate than ever to maintain their farcical fantasy of perpetual company growth. Layoffs and closures are at an all-time high. Mainstream games are a fucking mess with online services that are shut down just months after launch, because even though trade-ins aren't a huge problem anymore, customers are still turning away from the products shortly after they come out, even if said products are literally designed to engage them for a long time. Executives want to talk about developers losing money. Developers aren't just losing money. They're not.
Yeah, same here, man. I bought most of my games used during the 360 generation, too. So that was most people. So think about how many games sold like 5-10 million copies. Like, think about how many copies God of War 3 actually sold if you counted the pre-owned sales. Or how many copies a game like Uncharted 3 or the original Last of Us or whatever sold when you account for all the, like, you know, used copies at GameStop. Like, it's kind of crazy to think about. Like, those old Call of Duty games, yeah, maybe on paper they sold 25 million copies, but in reality, they could have sold like 70 million if you account for the pre-owned copies. So, gaming honestly might have shrunk in terms of overall sales if you think about it from that perspective, because now everything's digital, so all we get is the initial purchase versus all the people who would have potentially purchased a game when it was also physical and pre-owned.
They're not even just losing their jobs, they're having their jobs taken away from them by absolute cunts. And GameStop isn't pocketing their money. Warner Brothers is. All of the companies who have spent the last decade dismantling the video game industry to an unsustainable degree, they pocketed almost all of the money and left an industry of destitute developers behind. They used to say used games were worse than piracy. The people who most had the temerity to say that used games were worse than piracy were committing an industry-wide heist. They are the worst kind of pirate there is. Except maybe literal pirates. And a few of those are better. It turns out I was right. I don't want to see anybody in 2025 acting like used games were a disaster for an industry that was far healthier than it is now. Yet everything publishers put out back then has long been exposed as bullshit. Now the so-called disaster has passed and nothing got better. GameStop is on its last legs. The boogeyman is slain. Yet the disaster continues. And none of the executives have considered that unlike rentals, unlike piracy, unlike trade-ins, they have been an ongoing constant through every crisis. And as the leadership making all the calls, maybe they're the problem. Warner Brothers took all the critical acclaim and goodwill Shadow of Mordor around and burned it on Shadow of War. A game that took the Nemesis system and burned it on loot boxes. The at the time trendiest scam that Warner Brothers embraced with open arms. The impact on the...
No, piracy is still worse than pre-owned games. Because piracy, you actually have to, like... well, no, with piracy, you don't actually have to buy the game. With pre-owned games, somebody had to actually buy it at some point. With piracy, there's no sale whatsoever. It's just straight up stolen. Like, it's not like the first copy was bought and then sold to subsequent people. Piracy is, like, literally a zero-sum... like equation for the developer. There's no purchase being made at any point in the piracy cycle. With pre-owned games, at least the initial game sale is captured.
The game's quality was immediate and harsh. Shadow of War turned the orcs, once naturally occurring enemies whose growth felt personal to the player, into fucking loot box content, an oversaturated and wholly unnatural part of the game, utterly ruining the very essence of the Nemesis system. The abundance of orcs meant traits got recycled more, the ease with which they could be pumped in and their reduction to loot meant they stood out less and meant far less. As with any game built around microtransactions,
No, you don't have to buy the game, then crack it. You just get the game on Steam, fucking crack it, and refund it. Or people use stolen credit cards or whatever, so not necessarily. But then also, one pirated copy can go to 1 million people. Like we saw with Tears of the Kingdom, one pre-owned copy is not going to 1 million people. So even if there is someone who does buy it initially, it's still way more of a net negative.
To my face to shut the fuck up.
Because one pirated copy can go to millions of people. One pre-owned copy could maybe go to a dozen. So the scale of impact is much higher for piracy. Blast Radius with a 10. Is it all the industry's fault, though? Could it be the devs' fault for putting out trash games, woke walking sims, open world slop, more tired sequels to 20-year franchise? Well, yeah, that's definitely an issue, but during the 360 generation is what I'm talking about. Pre-owned games definitely did hurt the industry. Because, like, there's a lot of games that maybe if everybody had to buy it digital or direct from the developer, you know, maybe we would have gotten more good sequels. Like games like The Darkness 2 or, you know, shit like, I don't know, maybe the Darksiders series would have been more financially successful. So there's also that aspect of it, too. Like, there's a lot of games that came out during the 360 generation that maybe would have done better if pre-owned games weren't a thing. But at the time, it was part of the industry, so not really anything you can do about it.
The entire structure of the game changed for the worse. Pilloried as a grindy, unfulfilling, gambling-oriented mess, Shadow of War eventually had to remove the loot box marketplace, which necessitated a redesign of core aspects of the game, because it turns out when game companies tell you monetization doesn't affect game design, they're talking bullshit. I want you to sit with that a moment. That difference Warner Brothers' influence made to the Nemesis system. Monolith's answer to the problem of publishers wanting more money was to... I want you to sit with that a moment.
Something Jem Sterling will never be. A woman.
That difference Warner Brothers' influence made to the Nemesis system. Monolith's answer to the problem of publishers wanting more money was to innovate one of the most critically acclaimed gameplay systems of the action genre. Warner Brothers' answer to the problem of publishers wanting more money was to literally ruin it. That's what they did. That's what the executives did the very second they got their hands on something that had succeeded. They vandalized it, trashed it, and fucked it all up. And they have the fecal nerve to blame others for the industry's problems. Used games weren't a disaster, you fucking clods. You were the disaster, you always were, and you still are. As if to further compound this truth, Warner Brothers has since only further ravaged the work Monolith did. They patented it, ensuring other developers couldn't evolve the idea rather than fuck it up like WB did. And even worse, they confirmed they have no plans to ever use it again themselves. That's right, they have the Nemesis system under lock and key for the express purposes of ensuring no new game will ever use it again. Literally taking a creative idea with so much more left to give and taking it away from the world. That's Warner Brothers' contribution to the game industry right there. Seizing ownership of the contributions of others and hoarding it for the hoarding's sake. Oh, and of course Warner Brothers has more recently closed Monolith down, killed the company off, indulged in more layoffs to further swell an already crowded unemployment number. That's Warner Brothers' contribution. That's what they did. That's what they do. And they said used games was a disaster. Mainstream video game publishers are enemies of creativity, enemies of expression, enemies of the precious free market they claim to love so much, enemies of development and enemies of video games in general. I'm a writer by trade.
Yeah, most video games are woke, dude. 90% of story-driven games are woke. The issue is subtlety. There's a difference between being a preachy, obnoxiously woke, you know, literal exposition piece versus having more left-leaning, like, plot points or themes or whatever that are more subtle and not surface-level shit. So there's a big difference with how things are delivered and portrayed compared to, you know, the past versus now. Now it's in your face, shove it down your throat, preachy, obnoxious, like purposely sabotaging games to push propaganda. Whereas in the past, they might have had left-leaning themes, but it wasn't like the main focal point. Or it wasn't obnoxious, or sometimes it wasn't even evident unless you really dug beneath the surface.
pick my words as stupidly, and I truly mean it when I say the video game executive is the enemy of video games. And I'm so angry that talking about how they're part of the system and that system's nemesis means they were the real nemesis system all along is a line of humour I don't even want to pursue, except of course I just did. Moreover, as enemies of everything to do with video games, these companies are in turn their own worst enemies, as evidenced by how blatantly they're destroying their own sustainability with every short-sighted move they make. They're their own worst enemies, but they're so busy inventing enemies to blame, they'll never realise it. You could say, right, that they were the real nemesis system the whole time.
Oh my god, dude. Purge it with fire. Purge it with fire! Put it to the cross. Let's see. Chaka Chaka Gaming with the 2. Play Black Tar. Is that a song? Let me see. If it's short, we can do it real quick. But I don't want to listen to music while we're watching videos. That's kind of dumb. You should have sent it earlier. Yeah, it's like 7 minutes, so I'm not gonna pause the stream just to play a song. Yeah, if you want me to listen to music, you have to do it during the gaming sections. I don't mind putting on music in the background when I'm like playing a game or just chatting or something, but if we're watching videos, that's not really opportune. I don't support Jim Sterling since he always injects political talking points in his reviews. It's a man in a wig, bro. That's not a woman. It's a mentally ill, obese loser that belongs in a cage.
That seems obvious to me to see with very...
Alright, so now it's time for Odin Jerkoff guy.
Modern society is currently going through serious problems. That seems obvious to me to see with various economic, political, environmental, and other issues. These range from competition with China, massive inequality, supply chain problems, global warming, and you could list countless others. Young people today face hard lives. Things like this tend to be extremely complicated with many factors going into them, but there is one big driving variable that I think can be blamed enough to warrant a video being made about it, and is a significant portion of the decisions we've made wrong. That being the baby boomer generation. I think the boomers in many ways are unparalleled across history for the raw...
Yeah, they're the fucking hippies, and they ruined the United States and Western civilization as a whole.
Amount of social damage they have caused.
There is not a more destructive period of time in human history than the fucking 60s and 70s, and you'll never change my mind on that.
In their several decade rule. This might sound suspicious or overstated, but this video will try to make the argument that the baby boomers have set up later generations to have a shit show that's incredibly difficult to solve. Here, I'm going to go through the various vectors through which the baby boomers have hurt society. Let's get started. So much of what the boomers think of the world is defined by their understanding of World War II, which was really important for their childhoods. World War II still fascinates many as the start of the current era of history we're living in. With many of its colorful characters, it's an excellent topic.
You would be wrong if you think World War II is the current start, because it goes back to the, I would say, not even World War I, probably like the 1890s, like with the Industrial Revolution, when money was moved away from the traditional ruling class into the hands of the commoners, is when, you know, things started to go south, which is kind of ironic. Genocide King Revive with the 2. Watch Welcome to GameStop. Alright, well, after this we can.
To look into, and there's nowhere better to start than Magellan TV. I recently watched a series, The Day When, about decisions taken by some of the greatest leaders in World War II. It's a great insight into what they were dealing with and the pressures of their time. Magellan TV is a documentary streaming service made by filmmakers with the best selection of movies and historical documentaries out there. They have content covering everything from geology to astronomy, and from just viewers can start learning about whatever interests. For those that don't know, and I know generational terms vary a tremendous amount on a nation-by-nation basis, baby boomers are born between the end of World War II and 1964. This generation is absolutely massive, the largest in history up to its point. And this analysis will heavily target...
Wait, hold on! What was that?
1964. This generation is absolutely massive, the largest in history up to its point. And this...
Did y'all hear it? Did y'all hear it?
The end of World War II and 1964. This generation is absolutely massive, the largest in history up to its point. And this analysis...
The chirp! It's a different type of chirp, but it's there. The chirp was there, man. Come on, bro. You're white! You're not allowed to have the chirp. There's no excuse.
analysis will heavily target the Western world, especially the United States, but I'll make periodic glances elsewhere.
Some of them beep, some of them chirp, so different smoke detectors have different sounds.
And I'm sure a very significant amount of the things that happen in America apply elsewhere in the rest of the world. Before I start, I'd like to say I'm not blaming baby boomers as individuals. I think most groups of people tend to be, for the most part, good, honorable people. If they weren't decided to fall apart.
Yeah.
And there are countless baby boomers who are the most wonderful people in the world, whether morally or through their amazing achievements. If you are a baby boomer watching this video, I don't want to attack you as an individual since I know nothing about your life. However, I will make the argument that the baby boomers as a group cause massive damage to the broader society that simply cannot be ignored or discounted. In other words, your parents may be the most wonderful people in the world. I'm not attacking them. I'm attacking their broader demographic. In this video, I'm going to go through the history of how the boomers influenced the world over the course of their lives, going through the record of their effects upon every element in the broader society. This is in many ways a history of the baby boomers, and like everything else, it's complicated, and the boomers have done many good things to the world, which we will also talk about. It's hard to not be in awe of how many boomers there were. In 1961, half of America's population was under the age of 25. This was since most countries in the Western world had negative, unsustainable birth rates for several decades before World War II due to
Dude, it sounds like he's trying to talk with food in his mouth.
the Depression and the war. And for many, especially in Europe, the 20s weren't
Does it not?
especially great either. When World War II and the post-war prosperity came, it resulted in people having children like crazy. This raw size has meant, in effect, that for the whole post-war era, until the present, the boomers were the dominant demographic. And
there it was! Yeah. Oh, dude, that wasn't a chirp. That wasn't a chirp, guys. Then why did we just hear it again?
This has meant, in effect, that for the whole post-war era, until the present, the boomers were the dominant demographic.
Wait, let's see if somebody put a chirp counter. Usually you can find them. No. No chirp counter. Damn. I'm disappointed with this comment section. Usually you can find a chirp counter when you hear videos that have the chirp in the background.
And this manifests incredibly early by trying to sell to the young adolescent boomer generation. TV shows, toys, and the like were geared towards baby boomers. If you ignore the greatest mass murderers of all time like Mao and Stalin, the boomers grew up in what could possibly be considered the best era in history. There were so many things that had gone right, it's kind of shocking. The Industrial Revolution had created mass advances in productivity, wages had been kept artificially down for various complicated economic and political reasons in the pre-World War II world, but after the war, the standard of living grew at the fastest level ever in human history. Basically, every standard of living statistic between diet, physical health, the strength of social communities and networks, low political stress, and the like were the best levels in history. This really was a golden age to be a normal human being. On top of this, you have seen massive technological progress which touched normal people's lives in the most intimate ways, whether with the promulgation of cars, telephones, televisions, washing machines, birth control pills, and the like, making life much easier on a daily basis. The world was the least crime-filled and the safest of any era before.
That's right, boy.
Control pills and the like, making life much easier on a daily basis.
That's right, boys. I'm on the pill. Ask your doctor about Yasmin. Hell yeah, dude.
Basis. The world was the least crime-filled and the safest of any era before.
That's right, boys. You can take turns fucking running train on my roast beef cooch. You know, pound this roast beef from Arby's.
And pandemics and endemic diseases simply did not exist in a real way. At the same time, there were countless epic national projects like the Marshall Plan, launching a man on the moon, or the...
Bro, why is the chirp? Oh my god, the chirp is gonna piss me off.
Construction of the National Federal Highway System. The population was growing incredibly fast, but food and every other kind of supply were exceeding it. Most American boomers, and I'm guessing conditions are similar in Europe, grew up in overwhelmingly safe and wealthy, by historic standards, societies. Only through understanding these conditions can we comprehend the cultural shifts that went with the baby boomers. In effect, we can construct what amounts to a boomer mentality, or a dominant boomer assumption of the world that transcends all political ideas or religious viewpoints. This boomer assumption and worldview being, I want everything now, with nothing safe for the future, while at the same time also, judging and making assumptions about others in any regard is the worst possible sin. Maybe I'm being unduly unfair to the baby boomers in how I phrase that, but I think across this video, I'm going to try to show you all that this worldview has manifested in the real world for decades. And I mean, a big part of this mindset of, I want as many good things now as possible, makes sense of the historical conditions the boomers lived under. In that, for one, they'd experienced the most rapid growth in standard of living ever in history, and it's insane how the baby boomers have very comfortable lives.
Why is it chirping? Why the fuck did you record this audio, listen to it back, and keep it with that obnoxious fucking chirp? Oh my god.
Many of their parents were coal miners, or helped establish the West, or lived in horrible conditions, so the idea that things would inevitably get better seemed ingrained to them. And on top of that, this was the first era of nuclear weapons, and so people were basically thinking to themselves, why would I save up?
Yeah, he already is annoying to listen to, but then you hear the fucking chirp.
Nuclear Armageddon could be tomorrow, so let's just enjoy life now. An incredibly important factor to see with the baby boomers is that...
It's the computer? What computer chirps? What computer chirps, bro? My computer's never chirped.
They were the first generation to grow up with television being normal. And this probably has massive cultural effects we won't totally figure out for a long time.
There it was again! Holy shit, dude.
Time because it's still fairly recent and massive, but in studies, populations that have television have less subtle views of the world, less strong controls over their emotions, and have lower IQ. And there's a couple of really fascinating studies I recommend you read about in the text wall in front of you that go through this. But for the boomers, it was a giant experiment of introducing television into the world and to see what would happen. For mass media, the way you entertain yourself by getting stories was through reading, and a big difference between reading and television is that reading is inherently introspective, in that it's something you do alone and you think about what is happening in front of you in the story. And on top of that, through a book, it tells you what the internal monologue of the characters is. While in television, you're watching this.
I didn't reach my super chat goal. No! Now I have to die.
And they're playing music in the background that tells you how to feel, and also you can't figure out what the character's internal monologue is, you're just watching it. And that requires a less degree of comprehension and a less degree of thoughtfulness than reading does. Also, there was a rapid shift in parenting styles of the baby boomers, in which in previous generations the idea was that the role of parenting was to get children to grow up to be adults. And you should put responsibility in children's hands and tell them to adapt to the adult world.
Well, a lot of the reason to have kids was free labor. So that's also another thing.
So as to be ready for adult life. Both the baby boomers, there were new theories of parenting that gained large currency, which basically said you should try to appeal to your kids and work with them more.
Like back in the day when you had a farm, you would have as many kids as possible because, you know, that was free, you know, labor to work the farm for you. So that was also the mentality. Have as many kids as you can because it's like free workers.
And be more generous with your children and not try to control them too much, unless they don't get neuroses like what Freud talks about. And so you had a generation of much more permissive parenting than what you would have gotten before in history. When the boomer generation first made itself felt, this was incredibly plain to see. In fact, due to their raw demographic strength, the 60s, when the oldest baby boomers were in adolescence, almost has the feel of a national civil war in America to it.
Low IQ take, good films require you to deeply pay attention to what characters are thinking. Well, yeah, I mean, compared to like Marvel movies, though, yeah. Again, that depends on the movie you're watching, but the majority of movies, unfortunately, are just absolute normie slop that do not have that, I guess, fundamental aspect to it. But early movies did. Like the old black and white movies and stuff were a lot more intelligently written.
The 1960s is easily one of the greatest cultural shifts ever in the whole history of the world, affecting every broader element of society. The baby boomers exploded onto the world stage in their adolescence with their interest in rock and roll. Rock and roll was the exemplification of everything the previous society stood against, whether black people, Christian prudery, humility, and self-control. The rock stars that came out of this movement were hypersexual, self-aggrandizing, often addicts and the like. The phrase literally goes, sex, drugs, and rock and roll for a reason. However, rock music was absolutely incredible, probably being the largest revolution in music ever. These rock
It sucks.
stars, the Beatles being a notable example, were often treated as something close to gods. When John Lennon said the Beatles were bigger than Jesus, it wasn't even controversial in Britain at the time. For the boomers' parents, they were shocked at their children doing something
There goes the chirp again.
so overtly sexual, as against the West's several thousand-year history of prudery with Christianity. While for the boomers, their parents seemed hopelessly out of date.
Gen Z is absolutely screwed. It's over for this generation. If you're of somewhat above average intelligence, you'll be fine. But yeah, for the mongrel or like, I don't fucking know how to put it nicely, but yeah, the idiots, yeah, they're probably fucked, man. They'll probably never own a home. They'll probably never have actual savings. They'll struggle financially for the rest of their life, but that's the world we're basically living in now, is where we have two classes of people. Essentially, you have the working serf class, and then you have the people who are smart enough to rise above that and, you know, basically buy their way into, I wouldn't even say buy your way into, buy your way out of the lower class. Like, basically, life now requires you to pay to get away from certain groups of people. Like, think about it. Private school, you know, you have luxury gyms, luxury apartments, gated communities, high-end, like, shopping districts. Like, you have all this shit that's literally meant to gatekeep the undesirables. But you have to have money in order to access that type of stuff. So we're basically living in a world where you have to pay to keep away from, you know, the undesirable parts of the population, like the mass migration and all that type of shit. So pretty wild.
date. One of the very important points to get across about the boomer mentality is that they kind of view themselves as the start of history, in that history as the old world existed ended in World War II, and the boomers are a new generation to teach the world new lessons. And you see that in the 1960s, where they thought all you need to do is love and chill and vibe, and everyone who's older than us is stuck up and old. That makes sense in some regard because the world wars are so massive that they do kind of form a bookend, but I think it's one of the boomers' most notable flaws, in that they're unwilling to listen to the lessons of previous eras because they believe themselves to be so special. And I mean, you see this in the emphasis baby boomers put upon the events that happened in their youth, where for the baby boomers, they view the death of John F. Kennedy, the Vietnam War, and Watergate as truly historic events, but they're not really. America's had previous political scandals, it's had wars, it's had presidents getting shot, but for the baby boomers, because it happened to them when they were young, it must be a truly important event, because they are the start of history. And just from my personal experience, I remember growing up in high school and middle school, which were foreigners as roughly ages 12 to 18, I read 5 books in the Vietnam War, because the educational system I lived with was built off baby boomers. And I just thought to myself, why are we reading at this Vietnam War rather than World War II or the Crusades or the Roman Empire or something of higher historical importance? And
yeah, but it's not even about luxury, dude. It's like your ability to exist. Like, you can't walk down the street wearing a nice watch anymore. You can't leave your fucking car windows down in certain neighborhoods. You can't fucking, leave your front door unlocked even for a few minutes. Like, you can't leave packages on your front doorstep or mail in your mailbox.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Like, we live in such a low-trust society now that the only way to regain some of that semblance of what we used to have is basically to buy your way into that environment. You have to spend money to get what used to be commonplace as far as a standard of living. That's more of what I mean. It's not even luxury. It's like common human decency is behind a price wall now because we've imported so many fucking lowlifes and people who have zero cultural cohesion to the existing American population that we've completely destroyed our system of morals in the country. So the only way to actually live in a somewhat moral and trusting society is to have a shit ton of money. And it's fucking sad, man. Like, that used to be something that everyone could experience. Not anymore. Blast radius of the 10, probably the 1960s was the beginning of the decline of American values and traditional culture due to degenerate commie baby boomer gen, and it's been downhill since. Yeah, the hippies were the beginning of the end. 100%.
Because the boomers believed their own generation to be a truly historic era of history. Only by taking this viewpoint that they are a truly new era of history can you understand how fast the cultural shifts that occurred under the boomers did occur, with a notable example being the sexual revolution. In 1960, to sleep with a girl, you were expected to marry her. In 1970, to not be a virgin upon leaving high school was considered taboo, and a man judged his value from how many girls he could sleep with. We have no record of a change this large ever happening in history, and something as important as sex. One of the biggest changes that we have to understand in order to comprehend the sexual revolution in rock and roll culture was the birth control pill, which created one of the largest cultural shifts in history. For the first time in history, you could decouple sex from pregnancy. Thus, in the real world, in real fact, their elders' sexual prescriptions were hopelessly outdated for the world the baby boomers really grew up in. The baby boomers thus had more casual sex than any generation ever in human history. One of the major shifts was the far greater tolerance of all kinds that went with the baby boomers. I think this is partially driven off how the society was much wealthier, and thus you didn't have to make as many hard choices about if it was your group or theirs that would be able to survive. Also, the most horrifying customs the non-European world had had before, like human sacrifice, slavery, and harems, had been abolished over the centuries by Western colonialism. However, on top of it, I think World War II was so horrifying, and the Nazis were so blatantly evil that it made racism untenable. A very key fact to understand about the world the boomers grew up in was that World War II was incredibly recent. In fact, they were a generation race of evil who had fought in World War II. In a traditionally Christian society, one which looked for good and evil yet wasn't comfortable with morally judging people for their individual actions, they created the Nazis to be the ultimate evil. This has had profound effects on the trajectory of modern society, which has tried to be the exact opposite of the Nazis, of being anti-racist, transnational, pacifist, non-judgmental, and the like.
Goes again.
Basically, the whole trajectory of the changes in modern political philosophy have come from trying to be the opposite of the Nazis, which now leads us into the broader cultural changes the boomers have had under their purview of the last several decades of dominance. You can see the boomer mindset in the success of the movie Star Wars. Star Wars is a world divided between a good and an evil faction, the underdog. You see the boomer mindset in the success of the movie Star Wars.
What? The boomer mindset and the success of Star Wars? I'm pretty sure it's not just boomers that like Star Wars, but alright. Oh my god. Neonverse of the 2. Can we watch DSP Spurg out at me? Neonverse?
What do you mean? Do you have like a clip on your channel or something?
Star Wars is a world divided between a good and an evil faction, the underdogs and the evil empire, with easy, clean victories. Star Wars is a mythic retelling of how Americans wished World War II could have gone. It isn't a coincidence as well that Star Wars came out right as baby boomers were starting to take over Hollywood. Lots of younger people like to make fun of the boomers for being out of touch and often goes with hinting.
I don't think it was the boomers that took over Hollywood, but Fancy Leo at the 15, it just got here. Why the fuck did I see MLK? This is a video on boomers.
That they're racist, but
that's why. So he's one of the boomer leaders.
Changes in attitude towards race between the previous generations and the boomers are insane. The boomers are victims of their own success in that their drive for social justice has succeeded to such a degree.
There goes the chirp.
That future generations have gone even further at playing the boomers' own game. When the boomers were growing up, 1/3 of America was legally racially segregated, legally excluding black people from most aspects of society, while as the boomers gained power, even going back to that position seemed insane or evil. An example of this process has been spearheaded by boomers, or as boomers have predominated in academia, the left-right split went from 1 conservative for every 2 left-wing professors to 1 conservative for every 19 left-wing professors. Lots of people are going to say here, the boomers are conservative, what are you talking about? And that is true in one regard, and the boomers have had a tendency in America to be economically conservative. However, to say the boomers are socially conservative is in many ways kind of funny, because the boomers are so much less socially conservative that their children are basically saying the boomers are conservative for moving to so much further left than their parents that the boomers in turn have become the new moral censor. The brilliant historian Carol Quigley talked about how the Western world since the Renaissance has gone through ideological phases, each lasting around 80 or so years, and I don't have time to get fully into his theory here, so read this text wall if you're interested. But writing in the early 60s, he posited that the post-World War II era should be called the era of social justice, and that the main aim of political cultural change since that time has been to help oppressed groups. We've seen this that in the years the baby boomers totally dominated America, from let's say the 1980s to the present, have seen the largest shift.
I don't think Star Wars was made by the same studio. Star Wars was made by Fox, and Indiana Jones, I believe, was made by Paramount. So, different studios. Yeah, Lucasfilm owns the IP, but Paramount and Fox are the 2 movie production studios that made the movies. George Lucas was the writer and director or whatever producer, but the actual studios that made the movies were different. Like Lucasfilm did not have studios. They signed deals with existing studios.
Shifts towards liberation of various oppressed groups like black people, gay people, and women than any other era ever in history. This care for the oppressed is one of the boomers' most positive traits. However, this caring for oppressed groups is a part of the boomers' belief in permissiveness, or let it be, applied to the highest degree possible. Baby boomers are terrified of applying moral judgment to any group or individual. With the positive side of helping oppressed groups comes the negative side of an inability.
Wait, they're afraid to put moral... Hold on.
A part of the boomers' belief in permissiveness, or let it be, applied to the highest degree possible. Baby boomers are terrified of applying moral judgment to any group or individual.
What? Boomers are terrified of applying moral judgment? What the fuck is he talking about? That's the entire fucking premise of all the gay fucking hippie protests and everything. Jesus Christ, what fucking revisionist shit is this?
With the positive side of helping oppressed groups comes the negative side of an inability to make any kind of moral judgment. At the same time, trying to judge the group is seen as cringe or antiquated. This is how the social changes that occurred so quickly under the tenure of the boomers, such as mass immigration, entrance of women into the workforce, mass acceptance of gay people, rise of the trans movement, increase in racial tolerance, mass digitization of society, deindustrialization, and the like. Many good or bad things really happen so quickly. Any people who criticize the waves of change would be mocked as being behind the times or not getting it. For the baby boomers who grew up...
He's right. Think about it. No. Every single thing the boomers fucking protested for was literally based on morality. Gay marriage, fucking environmentalism, ending the Vietnam War, desegregation. All of that shit was literally based on morality. So saying that they're afraid to pass moral judgment is a complete fucking lie. Every single thing that the hippies fucking, protested for was based on their perceived morality.
Grew up in immense comfort with immense strategic stability, the idea that changes in behavior could result in the death of the group seemed foolish. Nothing could be less cool in the baby boomer generation than criticizing someone for being too sexually loose, using drugs too much, not honoring their parents, and the other values that society has traditionally pride in order to maintain social unity and survive. The worst insult to a baby boomer is to call them square. The baby boomers were a massive tidal wave of cultural change that pushed towards permissiveness without really thinking why. Although these started in their earlier forms for decades before the baby boomers, they kicked into dominating society with the baby boomers. One of the best anthropology books I've ever read is called The Lonely Crowd by David Reisman, written in 1949, and it's about the cultural changes that had taken place in America since the 19th century. The summary is that in the strongly Christian America of the 19th century, the central moral axis of America was based around the idea of doing an objective good, whether or not it was popular in order to please God. More so in the 20th century, it became about being popular and getting along with your community. As an example, let's look at high school culture, with which my friend JJ McCullough has a wonderful video about, which only really started with the baby boomers, in which the goals were to be popular, have a hot girlfriend, throw lots of parties, and drink a lot. If you look at teen movies, these are viewed as
gamer, dude.
Moral goods in of themselves. If you compare this to the world of the 19th century, you see very different results, in which in adolescence, in a much harsher world, it was viewed as a mini adulthood, and a young man should aspire to be an adventurer, an inventor, or a tycoon. The young people's books of the Victorian era were high adventure, romance, etc., with the aim of fulfilling the ultimate, most impressive thing. I don't want to sound like a Puritan with a stick up my ass, saying we should never party or have fun, but the boomer world has posited that pleasure is the purpose of existence, and you see that across the broader society. When you look at 24/7 roadside fast food joints, alongside pop songs with repetitive beats and scantily clad girls, you see the hidden baby boomer conceit that the world has no meaning except pleasure and dopamine.
Another fucking chirp.
Which just is not true. Partying is fun. I mean, for Christ's sake, I help run a social club and I party
I don't like partying
all the time, but I have no illusions that partying is meaningful in of itself. It's a fun way to cut loose.
Yeah, some friends and I have been founding a social club. Yeah, guys, I have a social club. Feel free to email me if you'd like to be a part of my party club. Because everybody emails, dude. Like, what type of autistic shit is this? Send me an email if you would like to be a part of my social club. Yeah, dude, holy shit. Could you imagine the fucking BO coming from that room? Jesus Christ. Yeah, join my email list if you want to come to my party, dude. Some friends and I have been founding a social club in Los Angeles. Is it you and Odin? For exceptional young people. If any of you are in LA and amazing, email me at whatifalthistofficial@gmail.com to see if you would be a good fit. Oh, they have a vetting process to join his social club, dude.
But after 3 nights of going hard, you feel terrible, and I haven't.
Yeah, you must be of superior intellect in order to join my social club. Because we are very smart people. And we only want other smart people around so that we don't have to lower ourselves in terms of our conversations. We must maintain at least a minimum mental acuity score in order to produce productive conversations that are beneficial to everyone involved. Like, bro, what type of autistic shit is that? Oh, dude.
Ever met a happy fuckboy. Hedonism gets depressing fast, but the drive towards excellence, goodness, or great deeds are stimulating, improve your character, and rarely boring. The person who stays in their village drinking and having fun has no glory, while those who go out in the jungle and kill the lions are those that rule the world. Due to the ease of their existence, the boomers were academically and intellectually less vibrant than previous generations. You struggle to find very many good boomer intellectuals, philosophers, or thinkers. The baby boomers in general viewed thinking about abstract concepts as foolish, unlike the massive intellectual creativity of the pre-World War II era that the West had had for centuries. You see this decline in the complexity of language as spoken by presidential candidates over the 20th century, the references pop culture makes, or the type of movies which are made, switching from historic and cultural to ones about superheroes. The baby boomer worldview really doesn't believe in abstract concepts, trying to maximize sensory pleasure, money, and the lowest common denominator. You can see this in the erosion of the importance of history or philosophy in education, the lack of an idea of high culture, with the boomers eschewing the art, food, literature, and the like that previous eras held in esteem. An example of this is the boomers really did not like French food, which was held to be the highest class food in previous eras, and instead replaced it with Italian food, which in America was the food of peasants living in the ghetto. You can see this obsession with money, and that the only intellectuals who have made a dent in modern society are economists.
Neonverse of the 2, Silent, Boomer, X, Millennial, Z, Alpha, Beta. Yeah, I'm a Zoomer, technically. Yeah, Generation Beta is going to be absolutely cooked, man. With their, reliance on electronics, like, their brain is going to be completely fried.
And most boomer presidents viewed the economy as their only or top issue. To try to be cultured in a boomer circle is to try to be superior to the group and thus arrogant. Meanwhile, to talk about honor, duty, truth, and the like in the boomer worldview is to be hopelessly uncool. The baby boomers have left us with a society that acts as if physical pleasure is the only thing that exists, and any kind of moral standard or sense of duty is evil. I think the most pertinent example of this is with the very baby boomer idea of love. In the 60s, it was commonly said all you need is love. However, there is no legitimate explanation of what love means, and if a term is that vague, that means there's no way it can be applied in a constructive way. There's no explanation how to love the people in your life, whether your family, your friends, people you work with, with, and love here is also heavily conflated with sex. So basically what ended up happening here was that in Christian philosophy was a profound statement on how to live life in the hands of the baby boomers became the license to fuck as much as possible, without any kind of explanation on how it would actually improve the world. With the baby boomers' various cultural changes, they have in effect been dropping any sense of social duty they have in exchange for short-term pleasure. We can see this with sex, in that while the boomers had large amounts of sex, after them, numbers started to collapse. A big reason for this is that free love, when applied, results in low-trust strategies like being a fuckboy or being a crazy girl that erode social trust, thus meaning everyone has less sex decades down the line. This lack of sexual regulation has resulted in the boomers being the last real generation of any size in most countries in the world, with the US being an exception in that American boomers had children, but much of the rest of the world, they really didn't, thus setting those countries up for population collapse. An alternate example of which being music, how the removal of traditional standards originally allowed the rise of amazing kinds of rock and roll. However, with the idea of any standards being terrible, over several decades it started resulting in music degenerating into not having instruments, being less rhythmically complex, having incomprehensible lyrics that make no sense, with artists being often horrible people. Like everything else the boomers did, a short-term massive gain resulted in long-term decay and degeneracy. The pattern of the boomers being unwilling to enforce any sense of order, thus resulting in social collapse, is omnipresent in our society. Without social regulations, we saw the declines in social connections, number of friends, the skyrocketing of mental health problems, the collapse in social trust, skyrocketing divorce rate. You could go across the broader society, everything from more unhealthy fast food, worse quality movies, worse quality road systems, and that the boomers were totally unwilling to maintain the broader level of social functioning. Is it any surprise that when you tell people they can do whatever you want, that things go wrong? The theme of the baby boomers lacking any sense of inner discipline while viewing the world as an easy-to-fix match of good versus evil is manifested in politics as in the broader culture. A controversial example of which is the Vietnam War. The Vietnam War is viewed as impossibly evil by American baby boomers, but I've never had it explained to me why it's functional.
Wait. I thought they didn't view things through moral lens or whatever. They didn't judge based on morality, but they view it as objectively evil? Like...
any different from Korea, which is widely lauded as a good war that America should have gotten involved in. Both were wars by a northern communist side aggressing against our capitalist southern ally. The only difference I can see is that one of the
Fancy Leo with the 15, why do I need to get laid when I can go listen to my favorite VTuber? It's a war. I guess, you know, you make a good case. I mean, nobody needs to get laid. That's the thing. I don't know. People place way too much importance on dumb shit. Like, going and having sex does not change your fucking life. Just, I don't know. People really have the wrong priorities. But it's also influenced by the media and shit. So... the myth of casual sex being like this amazing thing is pretty detrimental to society. It's what's landed us in the situation we're in right now, you know, relationship-wise, birth rate-wise, and everything. The only people who watch media television happen to be a gay boomer. Yeah, pretty much at this point. I mean, I've never had cable, and I probably never will, so TV is pretty much dead. I don't even watch Netflix or anything like that anymore. So I don't really consume any media, whether it be TV shows, movies, modern games. Unfortunately, I do, but if I had a choice, I would not. So I basically don't even really interact with modern culture at all. Like movies, music, TV shows, games, I don't really like any of it. I don't watch sports either, so I'm pretty much completely cut off and, you know, culturally isolated in a sense.
Wars was fought by the baby boomers and the other by the silent generation. On top of this, Korea was a significantly bloodier war than the Vietnam War, and I'm not arguing as to whether the Vietnam War was just, simply looking at the reaction of the silent generation versus the boomers. For the silent generation, which grew up during the Depression, they viewed the Korean War as a necessary step to stopping the spread of global communism that was killing tens of millions under some of the worst autocrats ever. In the Vietnam War, the baby boomer generation viewed it as an evil colonial war to spread America's influence, and they made a grandstanding statement about how war itself was unjust and the government couldn't draft young men, which was inherently immoral. However, the draft dodgers didn't file to be conscientious objectors, which genuine pacifists like My Religion the Quakers have done. They also posited no political solution to the problems in Vietnam, instead saying, we just don't want to get involved.
Wait, his religion, the Quakers? Bro, I thought you conversed with Odin. The fuck? 2023 Perfect Dark with the 5. The only high-trust society, I think, is Japan. They don't lock up soda, don't lock up demo
All right,
iPhones.
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Food, businesses operated by robots, and no real human. Yeah. I mean, Japan, the thing is, I think Dubai also has a high-trust society because they'll fucking execute you if you steal. The issue is we don't punish crime anymore.
Crime is not punished. So we invite all these fucking foreigners in that do all the fucking shit that they shouldn't be doing. They don't get punished for it. In fact, they get rewarded for it and paid to be here by the government. When in reality, if we had strict laws, like you get caught stealing, you get fucking beaten. You get caught stealing a second time, you lose a fucking hand. You get caught stealing again, you lose another hand. And then if you get caught the third time, you get fucking shot. Like, do you think people would actually fucking steal? Of course not. That's why it works in Dubai. Because that's exactly what happens to you. You fucking die if you're a repeat offender for theft. You make it so fucking scary to even conceptualize the idea of stealing that people just don't do it. If you take someone who's like, oh yeah, bro, I'm gonna steal this shit, and as long as it's under $1,000, they're not gonna do anything, why wouldn't you fucking steal it? You're basically giving someone a license to steal $1,000 worth of shit with zero consequences. Why wouldn't you? And worst case scenario, you get caught and you go to jail for a day. Oh, wow, they really learned their lesson, huh? It's just idiotic. We don't punish people. So, yeah, crime will continue to thrive because we don't actually enforce the laws.
From the boomer perspective, they are the new start of history, thus they could not look to the previous wars of history as a precedent on how to deal with this war. Any other era history would have immediately interpreted this as cowardly and shameful, but the baby boomers turned this into a moral stance, one that involved benefiting them immensely as individuals. In Europe, the pressure from the baby boomer generation was a big factor pushing decolonization, and whether or not you view that as positive or negative, it greatly weakened the European countries on the international scale for future generations. The binary good versus evil view of the world is also manifested in how America acts on the international stage. An example being the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, led by baby boomer president and a Congress the vast majority of whom were baby boomers. In their simplistic worldview, the US invaded these countries literally expecting ourselves to be embraced as liberators, bringing our freedoms, and then made no plans for a harsh defense or long-term nation building. This is a foreign policy built off Star Wars rather than reading history or Xenophon, as previous generations would have. The US has lacked any subtlety in its foreign policy while it's been ruled by boomers. The US, under the previous generations, had to manage an extremely complicated Cold War policy, but once the boomers gained electoral power under Reagan, they immediately called the Soviets an evil empire. And after that, in the War on Terror, the US just went full out rather than having a more articulate and subtle policy against terrorism that could have been more effective. Alternatively, the US allowed China, the country which very obviously has the potential to be our greatest rival, industrialize using our own factory jobs. And it also created Russia as a bogeyman in 2016 when it was pretty clear that Russia was an incredibly weak country, while China was our real rival. And this is because the boomers have trouble constructing a worldview rather than simple good versus evil. The boomers have always liked moral grandstanding in politics without any real effectiveness behind it. Look at how another baby boomer president, Barack Obama's foreign policy, involved making broad moral stances like saying President Assad's use of biological weapons was a line that could not be crossed, and then doing nothing about it when he did cross it. The European baby boomers, meanwhile, have reached an apex of grandstanding with no real force behind it. Modern Europe makes moral proclamations towards the world, acting as if it is the apex of the human race, while having no real military strength or force and rapidly losing its economic and cultural importance. The baby boomer desire to make grandstanding gestures with little effectiveness has manifested in America's political system, which since 1980, as boomers have gradually been elected into office and gained a majority of Congress ever since, has resulted in a gridlock Congress that has accomplished basically nothing, while virtue signaling to their side, viewing their opponents as evil incarnate that cannot be compromised with. It's downright shocking how much power the baby boomers still have, even more so the oldest group of boomers are those who were born during World War II. Trump, Biden, Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders, Obama, Clinton, and Bush the Younger are all baby boomers. In 2024, it wouldn't shock me if we have another race between two different baby boomers again, even as their generation is literally aging into senility, as we see with our current president, with the youngest boomers now being in their 60s. Also, whether or not you like Trump's policies, his personality is the ultimate boomer. In some ways, Trump is the most baby boomer person to have ever existed. He is allowed, views the world in binary terms, has a personally pretty degenerate lifestyle to himself, has an unintellectual view of the world, and is narcissistic. He makes short slogans and tells his followers,
wait, hold on.
Degenerate lifestyle to himself, has an unintellectual view of the world, and is narcissistic.
Has an unintellectual view of the world. Yeah, dude. Fucking what if autist, you know, the Odin speaking fucking druggie is gonna say Trump has an unintellectual view of the world. Yeah, your fucking retarded ass on your YouTube channel is a fucking genius, I'm sure. How's Odin doing, bro? Is he enjoying your fucking porn list? Like, it's just beyond fucking ironic, dude. This guy is going to call other people who actually get shit done unintellectual. Yeah, you literally took fucking hallucinogens and thought you talked with Odin and made a fucking 10-hour fucking manifesto trying to convert people to your bullshit, you know, crackpot religion.
He makes short slogans and tells his followers he'll fix everything now. He is lacking in any sense of honor, gravitas, or duty. The baby boomer economic policies in the
Wait,
direction
hold on.
he is lacking in any sense of honor, gravitas, or duty.
Trump has no sense of honor, gravitas, or duty. Oh my god. Yeah, this guy obviously is a lib. He's a LARPer pretending to be right-wing, is my guess. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, bro. Trump literally hasn't done anything. Gas and grocery prices are at an all-time high. Yeah, that's how inflation works. But gas prices will be going down soon. The drilling has just begun, actually. So, that takes time to set up. But oil prices will be going down very, very quickly. If they haven't already. Let's check real quick. Yeah, they've gone down 10% since Trump took office. Yeah, oil prices are down 10% since Trump took office.
The baby boomer economic policies and the direction their societies have taken are also indicative of their worldview. The boomers have pushed for their own self-interest and short-term growth at the expense of the long term. In their adolescence, quality of life and wages were the highest ever in world history. A major theme we'll see is the boomers don't understand that these conditions are not the normal state of the world, instead being contingent upon the historic conditions they were born with and the massive effort
Did y'all see that clip today where Warren Buffett thought that houses were $20,000 still? That shit was funny as fuck, man. Like, Warren Buffett still thinks that houses are 20 grand. He goes like, yeah, obviously nobody would want to buy their house for 20,000 and then sell it for 15. Okay, boomer. Yeah, this isn't the fucking 1930s anymore, buddy. Or maybe, what, the 1950s? We'll be generous.
Ancestors put into getting there, and then the boomers continued to weaken those foundations. I don't think it's a surprise that the years when the boomers started to get more influence, or the late 70s and early 80s, also saw the stagnation of wages in America.
The average house price is $400K. So, no. It's not even close to being a, reasonable example.
From which they would never recover. The theme over the final part of the 20th century, and I will admit this is caused in part by much more complicated macroeconomic forces, is that the boomers who were able to establish themselves during an era of high wages then...
Reminds me of Jensen Huang thinking the average computer costs 10. Well, it depends on what class of computer you're talking about. If you're talking about, like, enterprise or professional grade computers, then yeah, they're about 10K. But if you're talking about, like, consumer computers, then yeah, no. Yeah, if you're talking like enterprise computers, 10K is normal.
And went out crushing wages as much as possible as they started to have more capital, and thus capital had more value than wages to them for their own economic self-interest. Starting with the Reagan Revolution, America started mass importing immigrants by the millions, deindustrializing by pushing its own manufacturing abroad, started mechanizing and literally everything else someone could do to depreciate wages. Once the baby boomers were established in the economy, they could undercut the younger Americans starting to work so as to make their capital go further. This has resulted in further economic stagnation and decrease in quality of life for younger Americans, which I talk about extensively in these other videos.
The boomers mass imported a bunch of immigrants so that they could have cheap lawn fucking care, cheap restaurant workers, cheap everything. That's all they cared about, completely destroy the demographic of the country that allowed you to achieve success in the first place. And then fuck all future generations so you can have your fucking cheap vacations and multiple homes and all that type of crap.
Videos. The baby boomers saw the era of the cheapest capital and the most money to invest ever in world history. Thus, for the boomers, their capital, once they were able to accumulate it in the era of the highest wages ever, experienced massive returns. Thus, baby boomers, with money to invest, were able to make massive gains, while younger generations were not able to accumulate the money in the first place due to lower wages and higher costs of living, thus further adding insult to injury. Something that's insane is that the baby boomers experienced the cheapest capital surge in history, but on top of that, also had the highest money printing in history. This massive amount of money printing largely ends up in the stock market, of which baby boomers are large stakeholders, and yet, even on top of this, and the massive wealth of the world they grew up in...
Griffin is stupid and needs to get school. Boomers are the best people I know. Let's see here.
1 second. Why is it so hard to find stuff? Google really sucks now. So hard to find shit, bro. Maybe this?
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Yeah, that's... Okay, here we go. So, yeah, in the 2024 election, boomers shifted... +4 towards the Democrats. So, yeah, for the people shilling for the boomers are leftists at hearts. Like, they're literal fucking lefties. They're hippies. Like, hippies are not good people. Hippies are everything wrong with society. They have single-handedly done so much cultural, political, and just demographic damage to this country that can never be undone. The hippies quite literally destroyed the United States single-handedly. And it's not even up for debate.
The world today is still positioned for a massive economic recession, inflation, and debt so high it will crush countries.
It doesn't matter what the percentage are Democrats. It matters who fucking votes. It matters who votes. You can have 1 million fucking registered Republicans, but if none of them fucking vote, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They don't do anything. The fucking boomers predominantly voted Democrat this time. So... all that matters is how they actually vote. Doesn't matter about how they're registered.
Thus leaving the next generation with dire economic conditions. Modern monetary theory, or the dominant economic theory of the Western world today, which basically translates to, we can print as much...
Email with the 10, put Shadow Cuck in time. Yeah, it looks like somebody took care of that. Appreciate it.
Money as we want and will just magically result in more economic growth is the perfect encapsulation of the boomer mindset. The mass rise in the cost of housing that has occurred in the Western world since the 80s has very disproportionately benefited baby boomers, who often bought these properties decades ago when they were much cheaper. Meanwhile, younger generations often scrounge for small amounts of terrible real estate since the...
Yeah, and instead of baby boomers leaving their fucking houses to their kids or whatever, they're selling them to companies like BlackRock so that they can go and fucking party and shit. So... instead of actually passing on generational wealth, the boomers are just blowing it. They're just wasting all their money on fucking vacations and cruises and, you know, partying and drinking and going out to eat and like all this shit. So, yeah, the reason why, you know, BlackRock and shit owns all the fucking houses now is because the boomers are selling them all the houses instead of passing it on to their kids. So, in the past, it was normal to pass your house on to your kids. Probably most of the boomers got the houses from their parents.
properties are owned by boomers already. Likewise, boomer governments create insane regulations that make building expensive, thus resulting in further pushing up real estate prices, which benefits their group, which own the properties at the expense of the young who want to rent or buy them. Likewise, if you look at welfare programs due to their demographic structures, the baby boomers have already been able to take their old age welfare programs. Meanwhile, due to the baby boomers aging, these programs cannot function for younger generations since they will go bankrupt or become prohibitively expensive. I don't think it's a coincidence that in the year that had the most baby boomers in Congress, as a percentage, 2008, saw a financial crisis caused by lack of good boundaries in the banking industry, thus resulting in corrupt dealings funded by government spending. Another example of this is with the environment, in which baby boomers were unwilling to do anything to deal with carbon emissions, even actively making nuclear energy a near impossible field.
Oh my god, dude, carbon emissions.
To research or deal with, or making a carbon tax decades ago when it would have been much more politically tenable. This could result in outside environmental damages and serious problems due to climate change down the road. I was once talking to my boomer father when I was watching a political speech.
Bro, this guy's talking about, yeah, this is definitely a lefty, man. He's unironically talking about fucking climate change. Dear God. Dude, the U.S. doesn't even affect that shit. India and China completely fuck the rest of the world if you're actually worried about that. No matter what we do to offset it, it is not even a drop in the bucket compared to what India and China are doing right now.
Young at the time, I think like ages 6 or 7, and I asked my father what the speech was about, and he said, it's about giving my generation money and yours will pay for it, which I replied, that's not fair, I never voted on this. To which he replied, that's the point. This feels like boomer economics in a nutshell. This video might come across like I'm jealous of the boomers, and I just talk about all their blessings, which did not pass on to the future generations, and I am, if I'm being perfectly...
So, you're going to leave your Aerith card collection to your children, or would those be in a vault locked up forever? They will be cremated with me.
Honest, but on top of that,
dude, most people, I guarantee you by the time I'm dead, Final Fantasy VII will be completely irrelevant. Nobody will care.
I do think there is a legitimate criticism that the boomers inherited such a good hand in almost every category, almost none of which they passed on to future generations. The question with how much you blame the baby boomers is really dependent on how much you think humans are driven by the historic factors around them and how much free will they have. There are things like the boomers, or eras that refuse to uphold any standards due to wealth, thus resulting in social degradation, and it's called decadence. It's happened in Rome, the Arab Caliphate, China, India, and too many other times to count. I've also made a video about it here that you can check out. The previous examples of decadence almost perfectly match the boomers, whether through lack of genuine intellectual interest, throwing away moral standards to appear cool, inability to wage aggressive war, short-sighted economics that creates long-term stagnation, and more. Can we really blame the boomers for following a historic trend that happens to almost all societies? I was talking to my boomer grandmother, and she said, I know we boomers have made some mistakes, but if you...
Thanks to Leo with the 15. If that she was real, we wouldn't be here today. Where's the goddamn meteors, my man? I know. There needs to be a meteor strike in very key regions across the world to eliminate troublesome, voting blocks.
You grew up how I did, you'd understand why we did them. I grew up in Nebraska and everything was dead boring and everyone was so performative and conformist. We wanted to rebel and change things up. I think we need to have the perspective that the baby boomers lived in a different era and do have a certain degree of humility when we deal with them because we will also make mistakes. And it's very hard to look outside of your era of history. Also, on a purely emotional basis, the baby boomers were the first generation to grow up after the World Wars, which was one of the most traumatic events ever in history. Thus, it makes sense that society made some poor decisions and tried to do the opposite of what came before after such an awful experience in the same way that people who've experienced trauma often behave in counterproductive ways. And also, the baby boomers grew up with the shadow of the atom bomb above them, and fear that nuclear war might happen any second probably did change their worldview in ways difficult for us to understand. However, I still think the baby boomers can be blamed. It wasn't like their era of history was dumb. Decadence was a widely accepted part of history in the 50s, and boomers could have very easily known about it if they put the slightest amount of effort in studying history. It also wasn't like there wasn't moral role models in their era either. The boomers grew up in the era of such great men as Gandhi or Martin Luther King, but the heroes of the world wars and the...
Yeah, dude, this guy's definitely a leftist. Yeah, no. Dude, if you look into MLK, bro, he's like fucking batshit crazy. He was like a hardcore communist and shit. Talk about a wolf in sheep's clothing.
In the rearview mirror.
Yeah, same with Gandhi. He was a filthy commie, too.
If you want to go back further, they had countless role models like Pericles, Martin...
Gandhi single-handedly destroyed the future of India, which is pretty ironic. If India would have remained a British colony, it probably would be more of a world power than China is today. But nope. Now the Indians literally live off the old British infrastructure that's slowly decaying.
Luther, and the great philosophers of the Enlightenment, the baby boomers inherited the most successful society in history, with thousands of years of traditions and adaptations that allowed that society to become so successful. In the Western world, we give independent choice and free will a tremendous weight, which comes from the Christian idea of having to choose between good and evil. In those terms, the boomers failed by every single metric. One struggles to find a single baby boomer achievement that matches up with their ancestors for centuries before, who liberated slaves and women, ended real grinding poverty in the Western world, in horrible disease, fought the world wars, settled the West, industrialized, and more. Before we end, I would also...
Thanks to Leo with the 15, and then God said, don't let there be leftists. Cue the meteors falling falling and Lefty screams at Cal. Yeah, we need a recreation of Sodom and Gomorrah. Honestly, we need that energy again. We need the pillars of salt. So we need make it happen, Lord, please. Especially where I am. Take DC too.
Also like to note, you can't just blame the boomers for following these boomerisms. Although the boomers have dominated culture and politics for decades, and we are in many ways living in a world built by the baby boomers, at the same time, the traits like toil and ability to make moral judgment, alongside a simultaneously black and white worldview, short-term judgment, and the like, manifest more so in the boomers' children than even in themselves. I really like Carol Quigley's idea of macro generations, or 80-year intellectual trends in the West, of long multi-generational periods that follow the same cultural themes, and then have radical shifts. All of the things I've criticized the baby boomers of, they in turn criticize the younger generations of, and I think they have a point in some ways. In some ways, the people who have the most boomer-like traits aren't baby boomers, they're people my age. However, these were traits that baby boomers invented and pushed upon society. Millennials, meanwhile, are accused of being entitled, short-sighted, politically radical, while grandstanding and the like their baby boomer parents. In my generation, I see a split between those who are pushing the tired, old boomer paradigm as far as possible, so much so that a big reason our age is seeing so much collapse and problems is that the boomer world is crashing into a brick wall of reality. However, in my age, I also see the genuine search for something new and true, a new way forward. Carol Quigley titled his brilliant book Tragedy and Hope, writing in the 60s, in that the tragedy was the horrors of the world wars and totalitarianism. However, he hoped from that trauma, we would see a awakening of society that one could genuinely look forward to. The boomers have failed us. I hope that the young today will be able to realize that, constructing a better world from the ash of the baby boomers world.
Fancy Leo with the 6.
You're fucking poor!
Oh man, where did I put my arc? I know. We need the Great Flood may be necessary. Shit. The bank that won't let you withdraw. Doesn't sound like a bank. Wow, I saved you guys the clickbait. It's not a bank. 33 fucking chirps. Yeah, that's wild, man. How the fuck do you live like that? Like, honestly, you have to be, like, just subhuman in order to sit there and just listen to that fucking obnoxious noise all day, every day. Like, you actually might have to be fucking retarded, man. Banks don't let you withdraw? Yes, they do. No, banks have to let you withdraw. That's the reason why bank runs were such a big deal, is a bank has to give you your money if you demand it. They might ask for a day, but they have to give you your money. It's not theirs. That's the reason why we have, what's that shit called? Fuck. It's like the Fed overnight rate or whatever, which is where they loan money to banks to cover withdrawals. For that exact reason. There's like an overnight loan rate that the Federal Reserve charges banks in order to cover withdrawals because of the fractional reserve banking system. You might have an ATM limit, but that's different than withdrawing your money from a bank. Walking into a bank and saying, I'd like to close my account, is not the same thing as going to an ATM and swiping your debit card. So, a bank can't hold your money against your will. It's not legal. It's your money. So...
I can't afford this shit!
Neonverse of the 2, what video, though? I don't think you ever said, where it is. Is it on your channel? Or what? Because... Yeah, it just says, can we watch DSP spurg out at me? Yes, so it's on your channel. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know where it was. Thanks, Leo, with the 15. As a person with the tism, I can confirm that only tards can bear that chirp. It didn't bother me. Really? Damn, man. I don't know. I could not do that. That chirp is fucking annoying. Let's see. There we go. Oh, is it gonna do
Neonverse?
Yeah, sometimes when you do a video from a smaller channel, they don't load it, which is obnoxious.
Neonverse Animations did a £5 super chat. I feel like you can make this channel into a tournament channel. You play all fighting games. You invite people to join and fight each other. Why would I want to do that? Number one, you have to understand something, Neonverse. Sadly, I have a giant group of really messed up in the head people who want
takes one to know one
to spoil anything that I'm involved in at any time. Okay? Anything. Right now, if I were to just set up an open lobby of a fighting game or Call of Duty, you would have half the lobby would be them with names that are insulting, racist, sexist, messed up stuff, doxing. They would.
Wait, who fucking cares if they have a name that's racist or sexist? If I want to name myself Woman Beater 69, who fucking cares?
Go into the lobby, they wouldn't play. They'd be teabagging, they'd be blocking shots, they'd be fucking around. That's how these people are. They're mentally challenged, Miles.
Yeah, that would make for great content. Like, Phil doesn't know how to lean into his strengths. Like, everybody likes to watch him rage and bitch. He literally should just sit there and, like, fucking get trolled for money. Why not? Charge people to join, take the fucking trolling, and then also collect, you know, super berries from the people watching your content.
Droolers. All right? They think that what they do is a good use of their time. They don't understand that they're going to die someday. And then they're going to realize, oh, shit, I'm on my deathbed, and I spent half my life trolling Darkside Phil. Oops. Well, it'll be too bad then because they'll be dead. All right? But the point remains is that these people exist. I'm not making this up. And so if I were to try to set up anything like that, they would fuck with it. So I'd much rather stay in my lane, do a lot of single-player content, do a lot of normal stuff that doesn't allow for that level of messing around, because that way they can't fuck with anyone and ruin events, you see? That's why I don't do that kind of stuff. I used to, and then people ruined it, and I said, well, I've had enough of it.
The sip. Oh, all right.
Okay. But thank you for the super chat. Okay.
Okay. The most melancholic cyberpunk ambient you've... Oh my god, bro. That sounds gay as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. Let me guess, the Discord thing is pedophilia related. Probably. Who knows, man? Or people, you know, broke into people's private messages or something. Who knows? Thanks to Leo with the 15. He has a king's tax like a cam girl. Yeah, exactly. Only DSP is the only whore you pay to put on clothing. Although, I don't know. Does he do the whole, like, put on a fucking hat gimmick anymore or nah? But yeah, for a while, he was the only whore on the internet that you paid to put on clothes. He doesn't do it anymore. You just have the privilege of giving him money. Oh my god, man.
Yeah, Phil is a different fucking animal. Alright, let's see if there's anything happening in the world of gaming. I don't think so, but... PlayStation sell... Oh my god. $110? Jesus. They admit it. Also, Joel was right. Of course he was.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast Guy here, and today we're talking about The Last of Us. And I got to admit that this video is going to be a bit angry because every part
angry
of the two stories we're talking about, to me, just they feel insane. They are re-releasing it again. I'm dead serious. PlayStation is about to release a $110 version of The Last of Us, which means that across the two games.
Yeah, so what you got? The PS3 version, the PS4 version, and then Part 1 remaster. Then you have The Last of Us 2, and then The Last of Us 2 remastered. And now you have The Last of Us Collection. So there's 6 different versions of The Last of Us to go and buy. Wild.
Games, they have been remade, remastered, repackaged, resold, reported over and over and over and over and over again. And it is bonkers to me that, you know, every game company tries to do remasters. They try to resell stuff. I'm totally fine with that as a concept. My thing here is the fact that specifically PlayStation has just been absolutely flooding us with remasters that feel like the most minor upgrades for how big the price tags are. Like, it is crazy to think about the fact that they've done Horizon Zero Dawn remastered and Days Gone remastered and The Last of Us again and again. But the other story we're going to talk about today is that Neil Cuccman has just admitted that Joel was right, and I'm so confused by this. Obviously, the most controversial, the most debated, the most contentious aspect of The Last of Us...
no, Neil Cuccman came out and said that Joel was evil. Because, you know, he confirmed that the cure would have worked. So he's retconned another retcon. Crazy.
Part 2 is that...
It's almost like he's an untalented hack that had almost nothing to do with the first game's success.
Joel gets golf clubbed, and it's because of his actions in The Last of Us Part 1. The fact that he was willing to kill to defend Ellie, that he is willing to literally do whatever it takes to keep her safe, even if it does kill people that might have good intentions. Let's talk about both. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now let's start with this. So, if you're thinking this is perhaps a leak or an April Fool's joke, this is actually legit. So this is posted by Bill Coon. We've talked about this guy a lot on the channel. He certainly has some sort of secret backdoor access to the PlayStation Store, because a lot of times he'll post box art, release date, and price points way before it's publicly known. And he said, you know, there's something that just appeared on the PlayStation Store. It's a $110 version of The Last of Us that's exclusive to PlayStation 5. Now, everybody's like, okay, well, we don't know what this is. It has to be some sort of collection. Now, even this, I don't like the idea of calling...
We don't know what this is. It has to be some form of collection. So we do know what it is.
At the Universe Collection, but that's probably what it's going to be called.
Dude, they're doing this shit because of the TV show. So they're just repackaging it over and over and over again to capitalize off the, you know, normie TV audience.
And the reason that irks me is that for years, there have been some sort of rumblings that we were going to get a Last of Us Part 3. And the talk was that...
Thanks, Leo, with the 15. How much for you to react to a brain-rotted Colombian man screaming... VT4 chat posts. Is it in English? I have no idea, man. I have no fucking clue. And Nick with the 2, money.
Either
it's my money.
or get the fuck out.
I need it now. Call JG Wentworth. Yeah, 877 cash now.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Woods is sexy with the tier 1 membership. Appreciate it, dude. And thanks to Leo with these 6. I don't know. Just do whatever you think is fair. I don't like setting prices personally.
And it was going to be more positive. Now, maybe you don't want that, but for me, I mean, I've always thought that The Last of Us Part 1 always had this glimmer of hope to it, that humanity wants to play, to love, to explore. Like, humanity wants to survive. Obviously, right? As bad as the world of the...
Humanity obviously doesn't want to survive because there's so many queers. Like, that's humanity admitting defeat in the Last of Us universe, man. All the gays and trannies. That's like basically humanity saying, yeah, nah, we're done. It's time to give it up, guys. It's a wrap. You know, there's no point in repopulating. Let's just scissor each other to death.
The Last of Us is. I always liked that in the first game, it really did feel like they were going to find happiness, even if they had to fight to find it, right? Whereas The Last of Us Part 2 is so obsessively bleak and, in my opinion, pointlessly edgy. What if we killed
It's not edgy. It's just fucking bad.
The characters you love? What if we torture the characters you've been cheering on for a decade? I just thought The Last of Us Part 2 was, it was just really not a good idea from start.
It was poorly written, which shows you Neil Druckmann is a terrible writer, and he didn't write the first game because he stole, well, not even him. They stole the idea from a movie and just made it into a video game. So, that's the thing. When Neil had his first chance to do something from the ground up creatively, it was a disaster.
Start to finish. As fun as The Last of Us Part 2 is, I always thought that it was such a bad move plot-wise. But the rumors about A Last of Us Part 3 finally finding some sort of cure about maybe saving the world, to me, I was very interested in that. Whereas now they've confirmed pretty much explicitly, Neil Druckmann has said, there's not going to be A Last of Us Part 3. So that, to me, sucks. But they've been doing this weird thing where Naughty Dog, with each of these different additions they do, by buying it, you get extra skin. So look, now you can wear a jacket from Intergalactic The Heretic Prophecy. Oh, Ellie's got extra shirts she can wear in the remake. That's great, you know, whatever. But to me, even as we keep getting extra characters for the roguelike mode with the PC re-release and stuff, 'cause God, they're also releasing this on PC. It just feels really weird that they keep releasing it again and again and again. Look at this. Tell us you're out of ideas at PlayStation without telling us you're out of ideas at PlayStation. Now, a lot of people are excited for Intergalactic. I do think Intergalactic's going to end up being very fun to play whenever it eventually comes out. But people...
Yeah, what's that shit? Fun isn't a word that we use here. Yeah, I don't think Intergalactic is going to be fun to play. Because Neil Cuccman has literally said that fun is not a word they even use when it comes to gaming. So, good luck with that one. Let's see. Fancy Leo with the 300. Really appreciate it, man. That's very, very generous of you. When the most deranged VTuber fans watch girlfriend experience content. I think this is fair price for 22 minutes of your suffering. Audio warning, though. All right, we'll check it out, man. That's very kind of you, though. That's very generous, man. Really appreciate it. But yeah, we'll check it out after this.
People are like, bro, how many Last of Us re-releases are you going to get until then? They won't even give you a part 3. Look at that. It's Naughty Dog. All they have to do is milk The Last of Us. Hell, Intergalactic is the first new IP they have made that isn't coming out.
Have Griffin play My Side, a weeb game. No idea what that is.
Till 2026, possibly 2027, I guarantee you they're going to milk The Last of Us and make another re-release on PlayStation 6. God, I hope not. But here's the other thing I really want to talk about, which is that I have made multiple big viral videos whenever The Last of Us Part 2 initially came out because I felt like it somehow fundamentally did not understand its own characters, which I'm not trying to just disregard the writing team and the vision they had in mind, but I was always incredibly mad that the entirety of The Last of Us Part 2, I felt like because we played as Abby, because we have to play as Joel's killer for like 12 hours of the game, it always felt like they were trying to drag the empathy out of you. Of yes, Joel killed her father, so yes, she's going to...
Yeah, well, the way they set it up is like comical, because right after you get done bashing Joel's fucking skull in, you know, Abby starts playing with dogs and is like the wonderful member of her, you know, set. Like, they literally portray this bitch as like this literal fucking angel. Like, oh, animals love her. She's so nice to children. She helps It's like, yeah, fucking suck. Like, it's just so bad. It's so fucking bad. You go from caving in Joel's skull with a golf club to her playing fetch with a dog. Like, it's just comically bad, man. Neil is a terrible writer. He is an absolute hack. And the first time he ever got the opportunity to tell his own story, it was a disaster.
Kill Joel. She's built her whole body into a weapon to kill Joel. I understand that from a narrative perspective, but the entire game tried to make it feel like, oh,
and then remember, Neil Cuccman came out and said that Abby being buff is not important to the story. It's not important to the story, which basically just confirms he made Abby a fucking muscle woman because it's his fucking fetish. He wants to fuck a woman that can physically overpower him. It's just pathetic. Neil is a clown.
Just bad. Oh, everything's bad. Everybody's bad. So it feels really weird that now Neil Druckmann just stated Joel was right to kill everybody and save Ellie in The Last of Us. I believe Joel was right if I were there.
All right, so in the past, Neil has said that the cure would have worked. Hold on, let's see. Let's see. Maybe it's this. We'll see if this is it. If not, I'll keep looking.
So much thought went into this, and I know there's a lot of people that feel this trepidation about coming back to these characters and revisiting what that ending means. No one loves these characters more than we do, and we would not do this if we didn't feel like we had the right idea. And
are you sure about that?
Really, The Last of Us is about these two characters specifically. All I ask is the fans of the first ones, put some faith in us, trust us, we're going to do right by you.
I mean, do you think The Last of Us can exist without Joel and Ellie? I mean, are they The Last of Us? I mean, what is your interpretation of what we've seen and understood so far about the game and the series?
It's so much, they're the heart of it. I don't see it without them. I feel like we're doing something innovative in the way we're telling the story that we won't be able to talk about until the game is out. You just have to lean into that fear and just say, you know, we're doing something we believe in. And the hard thing that I was getting to is there's going to be fans of the first game that aren't going to like the second game. And that we have to be okay with that. And there's going to be people that just never played the first game are going to love the second game. And all we have to do is all we can do is be true to ourselves and keep making what we believe in.
Joel, alive or dead?
It depends at which point. Everybody dies at some point.
Wow. Hey, guys.
Hold on, let's see. Yeah, of course this new story is covering up all the search results. Let's see. I've seen the clip before on Twitter.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
it's like so hard to find anything. I really hate modern Google. I don't know. I saw it on Twitter a long time ago. It's not worth obsessing over, but whatever. That's another retcon regardless.
They're in Joel's position. I hope I'd be able to do what he
Let me
did to
see if I
save
can
his
find it on
daughter.
Twitter.
I wholeheartedly agree. No sane person or parent would sacrifice their child for the greater good, and nobody owes their life, especially children who can't consent, because of a world built on forced sacrifice is not a world worth saving. Now, this is super weird, and a lot of people are like, wait, like, then what the hell are we doing? Who would have thought Neil Druckmann would have no issue attacking a oh god. Then why gaslight the entire fan base? Not only was he right for his own gain, he was not right in the fact that he robbed humanity of a chance. Everybody is still just debating this. Because it's just super weird that the guy who made Joel, the guy who's been trying, in my opinion, to convince us that Abby was justified, that the murder was justified, that the golf clubbing had a proper purpose to fit into this puzzle. I just feel like, to me, it absolutely falls apart. My major issue with The Last of Us Part 2 is always going to be the fact that it felt like it wanted you to both sides an argument that didn't need both sides. It felt like they tried to go, yeah, you know, when you're playing as Ellie and you're trying to find Abby to kill her for killing Joel, that makes sense. You already love Joel. You already love Abby. Trying to get that, or you already love Ellie. You already love Joel. So her getting that vengeance, that makes sense. You've seen the life in Jackson. You understand what they're trying to convey.
Let's see. So Fancy Leo with the 15. Well, gotta go work emergency. Can you please delay the video reaction till I get back? Yeah, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and put that in one of my, like, actual tabs.
What happens when the most mentally unstable...
Okay, yeah, I got it. So, yeah, just remind me, and then we'll watch it when you get back tomorrow or whenever. So, appreciate it, man. Fluffle Nugget with the 2. I'm contributing to your survival. Hang in there. Appreciate it, man. I'm doing my best, you know. It's hard. Blast radius of the 5. That's why the boomers were called the me generation. They were selfish, irresponsible shitheads, and then became yuppies in the 80s. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't want to afford their kids the same luxuries that they got as kids, which is pretty ironic. For the peace and love generation, they sure shit didn't want to share it.
It makes sense. So it's super bizarre that the back half of that game tries to be like, well, you know, Abby had some good points too, and now they're being like, oh, actually, no, Joel was totally justified. I'm rambling. And maybe this doesn't even fully make sense, but I'm frustrated because the entirety of the game was basically built on this moral argument of trying to convince yourself that there are different ways to solve problems, that there is two sides to every situation, but then coming out and being like, oh yeah, the protagonist was always correct.
Wait, if I were in Joel's position, I hope I would be able to do what he did. So Neil doesn't even have the conviction to kill a bunch of strangers to save his daughter? What the fuck? Like, dude, that's pretty pathetic. Neil doesn't even have the conviction to, like, spare, basically, his own adoptive daughter a painful and grueling death. Talk about a weak man.
Maybe
I have no idea if he has kids or not. Probably. But people like Neil like to keep their personal lives private. Woods is sexy with the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it, man. It's very kind of you. Speaking of sharing the love, thanks for sharing the love in the chat. Very kind. And hey, I'm Chris with the 5. What do you think the Boomers' legacy will be?
All right,
I won't
awesome.
be
Thanks,
remembering
nigga. All
them
right.
fondly for all the damage they've done here at home. I mean,
Either-
they're
either
basically the
subscribe,
generation
donate,
that
or get
sold
the
out
fuck
America. They
Either-
sold
either
out
subscribe,
America.
donate, or get the fuck out.
That's what I think it is.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
I think that's what it all comes down to is they sold out the country economically, demographically, politically, whatever it is, in order to live basically a luxury and cheap lifestyle. You know, they wanted cheap labor, you know, cheap employees. They didn't want to pass the wealth on to future generations. They just hoarded it. You know, and instead of passing on houses to their kids or helping them get set up in life, they just tossed them to the fucking wolves, you know, bought up all the real estate, and then instead of giving it, like I mentioned, to their kids, they sold it to companies like BlackRock that also happen to manage their retirement funds. So, yeah, and instead of giving the money to their kids to go and buy a house, they instead used it to just consume and go on vacations and party and drink and travel and whatever else. So they're just pure consumption, selfish, you know, short-sighted people that were happy to take advantage of all the efforts of those that came before, but were unwilling to, you know, pass that down to the next generations. And then they want to complain that, you know, they don't get everything they want when literally they had the easiest fucking economic conditions in the history of the world in order to amass wealth. And they still have the audacity to fucking complain that, you know, my social security and all that other shit.
That just sort of undoes it for me. But how do you feel about it? And I'm very serious. In the comment section, how do you feel about Joel? Like, are you on the side of the fact that Joel was right, that Joel was justified, that Joel, I mean, if Neil Druckmann says it, doesn't this hurt the story of The Last of Us Part 2 even more? Maybe that's just me. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. And
now, you see, Neil is saying this to make you hate. Bro, he hates the fan base. So he's basically admitting, yeah, Joel was right, so that's why I killed him. Because I know all of you guys sympathize with him, and I do too, but I hate him so much that even though I sympathize with him, I still want him to fucking die a brutal death. So, no, it's a hatred, and he hates this character in general because of what it represents.
And please keep dreaming. Joel was always right. I've been saying that for I've been saying that for years. I've got videos going back 5 years saying Joel was right, and I'm glad to see that I am continually vindicated.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to...
Yeah, Neil is a hack. A literal fucking hack. How boomers are hurting the next generation. Yup. Final Fantasy IX remake?
Hey there, gamers,
Did we
Dreamcast
not
guy
watch
here,
that
and
last
today we're.
night?
Hey there, gamers, Dreamcast.
Oh, it's new. Okay.
Hey there, gamers, Dreamcast guy here, and
we'll
today
watch
we're
them
talking
solo.
about Final Fantasy IX because for the last 2 years there have been a lot of very mysterious leaks pointing at the fact that there is a Final Fantasy IX remake that.
This is the only PS1 Final Fantasy I never really played.
I played like maybe an hour of it, but that's about it.
Definitely exists, but according to information from very good sources, it seems like it's not going to be what Square Enix has been doing with the FF7 Remake trilogy. Instead of stretching out and adding stuff to it, the talk is that the Final Fantasy IX Remake is just going to be the same game with incredible art, with some of the best music in the entire series, with the incredibly cool leveling system, but now, instead, it's just going to be more beautiful, voice acting, and some extra stuff. But let's take a look at it, because Square Enix just talked FF9, and I think they're pointing at a July release date. But let me talk. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Oh man, I gotta be honest, waking up to this is, I mean, you have no idea how happy I am. Final Fantasy IX is legitimately one of my favorite games of all time, and more than that, Final Fantasy IX is fantastic, even among the crazy legacy of classic Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy IX is a game that has such a dark story, such a cool exploration of
It's kind of ironic that it has a dark story with such a bright and, you know, colorful aesthetic to it.
Concepts like war and family and finding yourself, but they just said this.
Like, Final Fantasy IX is the most cartoony Final Fantasy by far.
July marks the 25th anniversary of Final Fantasy IX, and we're celebrating early with this brand new artwork of Zidane, Garnet, and Vivi. Now, this is what they put on the American account. And when you first see it, you're like, that's pretty cool. I mean, we don't really see them acknowledge Final Fantasy IX very much, and typically, Square Enix doesn't talk about their games with new art, because that does cost money, unless they're doing something with it. Well, on the Japanese account, they said a lot more. They said, hey, this is the beginning of a big celebration for the 25th anniversary, so we're launching a new webpage that has all sorts of stuff. Now, the thread in Japanese talks about action figures, about new art, about plushies and dolls and stuff like that, saying this is going to be a long celebration. But, I mean, first off, let's just acknowledge the fact that this has 20,000 likes, it shows the fact that people are very diehard in love with this game. But this, to me, these figurines and stuff, I think it's really showing the fact that they're about to really begin the big media blitz. Now, how do we know this is leading to a remake? How is everybody so certain in a remake?
Didn't they do this with a different game? I don't remember what it was, but they launched like a website in, you know, anticipation of the announcement. I forgot what other game they did that with. Which one was it? I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Actually existed. Well, it's because of the NVIDIA leak. So, a little over 2 years ago, a dude was making a game. You know, very common. But when he turned it in for approval, essentially, when you're making something, you turn it in for certification. You give the programming to, you know, NVIDIA. You give it to AMD. You give it to PlayStation, to Nintendo. It's called certification. It basically proves, hey, this isn't going to fry PCs. So allow me to release it, right? Well, when he submitted this, it accidentally kicked back a master list. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of games that at the time were not released, were not confirmed. About 60% of the list we knew, but at the time, there was a ton of stuff that just didn't exist. A Chrono Cross remaster, Final Fantasy VII Remake coming to PC, stuff like Kingdom Hearts 4, a new strategy game, which turned out to be DFL Chronicle. But what's interesting is that on that list was Final Fantasy IX Remake, and also Final Fantasy Tactics Remaster, which we also haven't seen, but I'm ready for that. But this 9 remake really kicked off a lot of conversation about what it would be. Not just how it would look, not just that, but people actually saying, what would it be? Final Fantasy IX is a game that very much stands apart from the other entries. I mean, every single Final Fantasy has a different combat style. Even sequels. 10-2 has different combat from Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy 13-2 has different combat from Final Fantasy 13. But even among that, Final Fantasy IX has always had the craziest visual presentation. So a lot of people have said, okay, if we're getting a remake, that highly stylized look is essential to preserve. Some people have kind of complained, and it's a very tiny group, but I have seen some people say that they miss the charm of the PlayStation 1, that whenever they remake games, for the most part, 99%.
I don't miss the charm of the PlayStation 1, because PlayStation 1 just feels incredibly dated nowadays. Like, yeah, for the time it was good, but I think PS1 games have probably aged the absolute worst out of any generation.
Some of the time, if you take something that had chibis or little tiny specific overacted emphasis of facial details to get a point across, when they remake it, they just go hyperrealism. Here's just all the characters if they were normal human adults. Where With 9, that's definitely not what they were trying to get across. The characters have big, goofy hands that do random backflips. And I mean, there's all sorts of people that have no faces. Like Vivi's face is just a shadow because he's a classic black mage. I want to see if this remake, when it comes out, how close it is to the original vibe. But I want to actually take a look at something here. Just for funsies, I pulled this tweet up right before bed. I want to refresh this and look at some of the replies. I'm always interested whenever a really big piece of news drops late night. I kind of love to see how people react to it as they wake up. Okay, everybody's saying it is definitely the remake. If it's a remake, please don't cut it up into sevens or butcher the story to make your episodes make sense. That's not how games are meant to be played. We need the remake. I'm just over here pouring it out, expecting a remake. Oh, man. I'm so freaking excited. The best Final Fantasy. Awesome. Final Fantasy IX still holds up. I'm excited to see what Square Enix has planned for the anniversary, hoping for some cool collectibles. Now, there have been multiple major leaks besides just the NVIDIA leak. A lot of the most reputable leakers have been talking about the Final Fantasy IX remake because people have been concerned about the silence. The fact that Square Enix, for as much as money as they're dumping into Final Fantasy with FF16, with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, some people have been afraid, okay, we have been getting a lot of remasters. Obviously we got the...
I love the fact that it's in 3 parts. The only reason I don't love the fact that it's in 3 parts is you have to wait in between. But yeah, the more content, the better, personally. Like, I much prefer getting, 90 hours total of content versus 40 hours. So, I really like the fact that they're actually fleshing the story out fully this time around. Because there's so much, like, Final Fantasy VII adjacent media that's, like, external to the actual game itself. And they're including all of that this time, which is really neat.
Tactics Ogre remaster and stuff, but people have basically been worried because, by their own admission, Square Enix has been canceling a lot of projects. But thankfully, some leakers, including Midori, this dude, I think at one point he was pretending to be a lady, so some of these use female pronouns here, but basically, he said, okay, according to my sources, the Final Fantasy IX remake, there is a bunch of canceled games inside of Square Enix, but the good news is, this is still survived. Apparently, at one point, it was being outsourced. They just wanted to make a better, basic, bare-bones version, and Square Enix said, okay, this isn't good enough. We're going to do this ourselves, and it's going to be awesome. This change in studio. The studio is now set to release the game in 2025. Apparently, the idea is that instead of making this the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy, they're going to make it a more traditional remake, meaning that it will have updated graphics, but largely stick to the original story, the distinctive style, so don't expect the likes of Zidane or Vivi to be reduced to realistic body proportions. Oh, thank God. Honestly, it feels like 2020.
Yeah, that would be terrible, man.
25 is really starting to heat up.
Yeah, I want to play as the little midget monkey man.
This actually is being talked about today. I think it has a purpose. On the 2nd, April 2nd, we're about to get the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct. And it's pretty obvious that's going to be an internet-breaking event. I'm going to stream it.
Apparently, this is another rumor I saw. Let me see if I can find it real quick. This is supposedly... a rumor that's going around. Let me see if I can find it. I saw it earlier. Here we go. Allegedly, this is an inadvertent leak from the game. Apparently, this is similar to what the art style is going to look like. So, yeah. That is the running theory. So, ugly. Yeah, I'm not a fan of like the chibi little figure thingies. But yeah, the way this card is set up is very incorrect.
Because usually with the Final Fantasy cards, it'll say character illustration by this person, and then it'll say character design by whoever it is who actually designed the character originally. So in this instance, that's not there. So that's unusual is what I'm trying to say. So, yeah, I don't know. Apparently that's like the rumor that that's going to be the art style.
It's going to be fun. But a lot of people are thinking, okay, what is it that they're going to do that's so insane? What can possibly happen that's going to be more than just, you know, here's Mario Kart 9, here's the next big crazy Zelda. A lot of people are saying, okay, where's the third-party support? The big downside of the original Nintendo Switch launch, in my opinion, and I really, really hated it at the time, there was not enough third-party games on the Nintendo Switch at launch. So I think they're trying to remedy that with the Nintendo Switch 2. And I think starting off saying, hey, here's a big Final Fantasy remake that everybody's been wanting running on the Switch 2, I think that could be a good way to absolutely blow minds. So
I trust Square Enix when it comes to JRPGs. They haven't done me wrong. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Visions of Mana were great. Final Fantasy IX Remake will be the same. Yeah, I think Square Enix is good overall, personally. So I'll gladly simp for them.
Not only do I think the Final Fantasy IX Remake definitely exists,
I
think we're about to see it literally in the next 48 hours. But that's just been my off-the-cuff thoughts. How do you feel about Final Fantasy IX Remake? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like and subscribe if you haven't already. And please keep dreaming. Oh my God, you have no idea. Oh God, I literally just woke up. I woke up and I immediately saw all the news and I was like, I gotta talk about this. This is way too cool. Oh man, it feels so good.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see some...
How exhilarating. Let's see, so... Apparently this leaked. Somebody mentioned it. But, let's see. That's a podcast.
It's breaking news time. I've never done one of these before, but something has just happened, and I have to kind of tell you all about it if you've not seen yet. But I think it's been confirmed that the Asus ROG Xbox is real. I mean, this is mind-blowing. It confirms some things that we thought about, but it also changes the narrative on some of the other things that we were talking about on this channel, about Asus not releasing products, about maybe this Project Kennen isn't going to be an ROG product, maybe it'd be a tough product, maybe it's a few months off yet. But today, literally just now, on the Asus ROG global Twitter page, they have made an announcement teasing what is next, what our little robot friend has been cooking up, and it seems to show everything that we have been talking about. It seems to show that maybe the Asus ROG Xbox is real. This is actually totally blown my mind. I cannot believe that this has happened so quickly. What really...
It's just gonna be the same thing with fucking Xbox buttons. Why are people acting like this is a big deal? It's gonna be the exact same shit you already have, just with Xbox controller, like buttons. That's it. That'll be the Xbox ROG Ally. Hooray, dude. Wowie zowie. How exciting. I wish they'd remake X2. Yeah, if they made it actually good.
Really adds fuel to this fire beyond the video. And we'll talk about the video really quick in a short amount of time. But what really kind of adds fuel to the fire is the first reply to the Asus ROG global Twitter post showing this teasing video was Xbox official Twitter page, just with that meme of the cartoon guy looking kind of sheepish side to side. So the video itself, what they're showing, it's an animation showing the ROG robot friend cooking up something new in the ROG Ally range, talking about the different things that he'd like to see or that his dreams would be for this new handle.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind like a fully remodeled, 3D Una, but it would actually have to be a fun game to play first.
Device, talking about faster speeds, more stamina, more capacity, and a fresh look. Well, the more stamina, we're obviously going to be looking at either more efficiency or a bigger battery life. Faster speeds, well, that would suggest obviously faster processing, which is not what we were expecting from the Ally Xbox, interestingly enough. We were thinking that this would be a more budget-friendly version, so there are some question marks around that, and more capacity, which also is along the same line. So there is a potential that this might not be the Xbox thing, this might just be in addition to the Ally range, and we'll talk about these higher specs, but it the fact that it all ties into the Xbox narrative. We knew that Xbox were working with an OEM provider to produce the Xbox handheld, and the fact that Xbox were very quick to reply to this, it seems nailed on that is that. We then saw after the robot friend is going through his wish list that it fires off the Ally and an Xbox layout controller, the Asus ROG controller, into the machine where he stood himself to kind of merge them together, and out comes a new screened handheld with what definitely looks like a 16:10 aspect ratio screen, which is something we've definitely talked about that needs to be done for this device. And yes, some screen bleed that definitely suggests that it isn't OLED as well. Even though it's an animation, it definitely isn't going to be OLED, is it? Let's look at that bleed. Beautiful. The fact that the Z1 Extreme Ally is kind of being fired off into this machine with the Xbox layout controller, there's no reason for them to include the controller in this if it wasn't to suggest that it's about Xbox games. There's no reason for it to be there because the Ally itself is the controller, isn't it? So there's no reason for these things to be merged because we know that the handheld device is clearly the controller as well. So this is obviously more hints at that. I know we're pixel peeping at this point, trying to find any hints or bits of information within this video that would suggest what it is they are talking about, but let's face it, that's what these teasers are for, isn't it? To get us excited and to do this kind of detective.
Do you know what I can't wait for? Is all the fucking people who are like, bro, $700 for a PS5 Pro is way too expensive. And then when the $800 Xbox ROG Ally comes out, whoa, dude, it's such a great deal. I can't wait for it, man. I genuinely can't wait. I can't wait for all these fucking losers to hype up an $800 fucking handheld like it's the second coming of Christ after shitting their fucking pants over the PlayStation being $700, which is far more technically capable. I guarantee you.
Work for us. I mean, there is a possibility that this is a massively elaborate early April Fool's joke and that they're just leading us all along. It seemed like a massive expense to go to do that and for absolutely no reason whatsoever. But one thing for absolute certain is we don't have any confirmation beyond this weird teaser about what is our little robot friend cooking up for us, and the fact that Xbox were very quick to reply to that tweet with their own meme suggesting that they're involved in it as well, that they don't want to give anything away. So timelines, we have no idea, but it was suggested it's very soon. It's interesting timing considering what's happening this week with Nintendo Switch 2 and the big announcement there, almost like they don't want to miss out on the news. When are we going to find out about this? I'm going to speak to Asus directly, see if they will give us any information, any hints as to when there might be a big announcement coming up, but keep your eyes peeled as well. So if you do hear anything, let us know down in the comments so me and Andy can cover it perhaps in the next episode of the podcast.
Flubble Nugget with the 5, since it's April 1st, I want to wish a happy birthday to both Hitler and my sister. It's one thing they have in common, it's that they both lack pears. Well, Hitler's birthday is on the 20th, bro. Some say the term... how can I word this without getting in trouble? Let's just say that... some might argue that Hitler was the first person to blaze
All right,
it.
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Just not the weed. But yeah. Hitler's birthday, Easter, and 420 are on the same day this year.
We're going to do, we're recording that this week, so we're obviously going to dig this apart and pull it apart a little bit more, so we want to kind of dissect it for you. So if you hear...
Alright, well... that's not very exciting. I thought it actually, like, leaked. Dude, what the fuck is this shit? We need to blue shell the rich? What the fuck is this shit? Isn't Jeff Grubb, like, a fucking retarded X-bot? Isn't he like a literal fucking X-bot? I'm pretty sure, right? I don't know, bro. What a fucking dork. Yeah, rich people bad, dude. Ha ha ha, I'm so original. Wowie zowie, man. A stunning and brave take. Truly stunning and brave. It's almost 4 o'clock. I probably should hop off, guys. Because if I'm going to go... what? Yeah, tomorrow night, I'm going to stay up for the Switch reveal. So I might as well get some sleep tonight. So that I can be well rested. Plus, I got an early meeting tomorrow, too. So... fuck. Man. Alright. I am going to hop off. Hope you'll have a wonderful Tuesday, everybody. Appreciate everybody coming out. Big ups to everybody in the chat. Appreciate the support, as always. I can pay my taxes now, so thank you for that. But, yeah, I will talk to everyone, I guess, later today. And we'll probably do an all-night stream so that we can watch the Switch reveal, hopefully. So, anyway, guys, have a wonderful day, and I will talk to all of y'all later. Peace out, guys.